Finley. Erskine on the sidelines for GB. Nikola Bistrovic on the sidelines for Croatia. Stimac, who started off quite well in the first game against the United Arab Emirates, gets the first score of the game inside. 6 to shoot for Great Britain, and a 3-second violation has been called, and that's on Callum Sloan. Ante Stimac. Demirovic, the danger man for Croatia, gives it up to Stimac, who misses under the basket. Demirovic, great start earlier on against the United Arab Emirates. Great mid-range shooter, the number 9 for Croatia. Here is Stimac. Here is Demirovic. 4 to shoot for Croatia. Stimac has a bit of room, banks in a 1, and Croatia out to a 2-0 lead. Tonner. That's deflected by Demirovic. Six to shoot for Croatia as Pesic lost the ball. A lot of Great Britain fans here in attendance. Great to see them here in South Africa. There was a large Great Britain contingent out in Brazil last month for the Under-23 World Championships in Sao Paulo, where GB's Under-23s finished with the bronze medal. Here is Stimac. Stimac to the cup. Gets it to go in Croatia. Out to a 3-0 lead. Of course, this is our first look at Team Great Britain, or Great Britain. As a long shot is good. That's a 1-pointer for Finley Tonner. Of course, our second look at Croatia. 0-1 currently in Pool A. Of course, these games 10 minutes long, first to 21, or whoever's leading at the end of 10 minutes. We have had an overtime game so far, as Canada besting Austria 17-15 after OT. Most teams are allowed 6 fouls, then after that it's free throws for the opposing team, as Vladimir Demirovic going to the stripe for Croatia. As mentioned earlier on this morning, one of the leading offensive threats for this Croatia team. And Erskine into the game for Great Britain. As Bistrovic stays on the sidelines for Croatia. 3 to shoot for Croatia. Stimac under the hoop. And a 3-second violation has been called on Ante Stimac, who averaged 19 points, 8 assists. A great playmaker, the number 11 for Croatia. As the shot is no good. Another whistle has gone. So we'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone. This is the start of the afternoon session here on day 1 of the inaugural 3x3 IWBF World Championships. And so far, Croatia up 3-1, make that 4-1. Stepan Pesic with the score, another one of the members from the Croatia team in last year's Division B European Championships. Erskine misses the 1-pointer from mid-range. Demirovic gliding his way to the basket, dumps it off Stimac. Beautiful duet there from Stimac and Demirovic. And a 3-second violation. Great Britain having a lot of problems keeping within the 3-second time limit to go inside. And right now, Croatia, with that one game already under their belt, adapting well. Demirovic, tough move, gets it to go. He had Tonner and Erskine for company, but still made it count. Erskine gets his shot to go. And Great Britain with their second point of the game as Finley Tonner hit the deck momentarily. Stimac just has freedom of the land to go to the basket, and he'll put it in. 7-2 in favour of Croatia. Tonner, Erskine, and that's beautiful basketball, but the finish lacking from Great Britain. Stimac cut to the basket. He got the ball. There's two Croatia players on the floor, Demirovic and Stimac. Once again, we welcome you all to the IWBF YouTube channel. Great to see early doors some comments coming in. There are fans from Croatia, which is great to see. Of course, Croatia announcing themselves here on this international stage, the world stage. First global tournament for wheelchair basketball in this format. An exciting 3x3 which has captured the imaginations and the basketball world by storm. Of course, all eyes will be on next year's IWBF World Championships in Ottawa, Canada. Of course, the Commonwealth Games taking place in Glasgow as well. This court was actually used for the Birmingham Commonwealth Games back in 2022. As Tonner muscles his way in for the one-pointer. Demirovic goes glass, good defense from Ben Leach into the game. Erskine on the sidelines. Here is Tonner. Goes to the elbow. Met by Pesic. Good hands there from Stepan Pesic. Croatia making life difficult for Great Britain defensively and offensively. They seem to have settled quicker than their British counterparts. Leach. Tonner sets himself but misses. Ball is loose. And it's a race between Sloan and Pesic. Pesic with the win. Great dump off pass from Demirovic, but Pesic can't get it. Ball is loose. Fresh 12. Demirovic glides past Sloan. And we'll get a free throw for Croatia. Demirovic looking to bag some freebies, but he doesn't get the shot from the foul line, so Great Britain get the ball. Leach, here is Tonner, and the shot clock winds down. We have a shot clock violation. Croatia have been very disciplined on the defensive end thus far, still haven't committed a foul as we get to the halfway point of this game. GB with 3 fouls to their name. Here it is Stimac. Stimac just bounding his way to the cup, and the score from Demirovic, easy as you like. And Croatia out to an 8-3 lead and a steal. Stimac picks up the ball. Here is Stimac. He has time, decides not to go for the two-pointer, and a whistle has gone. And that's a 4th foul for Great Britain as Finley Erskine, who's recently signed a new contract out in Germany for Landil, comes in. Product of the Lothian Phoenix program in Scotland. Stimac makes the shot from the elbow, and another turnover for Great Britain. And right now Croatia, good value for their lead with 4:33 to play. Egypt and United Arab Emirates up next. Two teams who have already scored victories. That's another Pool A encounter. At the conclusion of this game, Erskine has time, but can't get the shot to fall. Again, GB getting a second chance opportunity. That's a tough make and foul. Finley Tonner putting a bit of muscle with the hustle. And that's the first foul of the game on Croatia. Those teams are allotted 6 fouls. Then after that, it's free throws for the opposing team. 5-9. Will that ignite Great Britain's comeback, or can Croatia weather the storm? Demirovic sets himself, goes to the window and down. Tonner. Erskine, good defense again from Demirovic, doing it at both facets of the game. Stimac, Demirovic, beautiful passing. That's a brilliant piece of basketball from Croatia. Stepan Pesic to finish. Erskine. Tonner just about gets it, and Erskine too strong. And we'll have a break in play as Finley Tonner just on the deck, just helped himself up. Big welcome to everyone watching on the IWBF YouTube channel. Let us know where you are, who you're following, even if you're just a neutral. Wherever you are, it's great to have you all on board. You are checking out Pool A action between Great Britain and Croatia. As you see here, Vladimir Demirovic, who is the main offensive threat for this Croatia team, leading the way thus far, leading Croatia to an 11-5 lead over Great Britain with 3:23 to play. Ante Stimac dumps it off to Pesic. Pesic off the glass. Good catch there, good find, as Ben Leach did well to collect that, and that was a wild pass from Ante Stimac, and Great Britain can breathe a sigh of relief. They'll get the ball back and a chance to shrink Croatia's lead a little bit. Tonner, Leach again, fading away, good defense from Stimac. Right now, Croatia's defense has been absolutely key to their lead right now, and it's 2-on-1 here with an inside play. Doesn't get the drop though. And that's a 2-pointer from Ben Leach. Can't get that to drop. That's off to the right. There's members of the South African women's team, Great Britain's women's team supporting their countrymen as well, but right now they need all the help they can get because Croatia just carving GB apart right now. But GB's still not out of this. Certainly one of the more established wheelchair basketball nations, Great Britain, Paralympic silver medalists, and looking to announce themselves in the 3x3 world. Ante Stimac, again, Ante Stimac has been absolutely on fire in this contest. Tonner can't respond. Nearly went out of bounds. Tonner still has it. Tonner doesn't get the rim on that shot under the hoop. And Ante Stimac will beat Callum Sloan to it. Beautiful bounce pass from Demirovic. And Stimac can't get the drop. Three or 2-pointer is up and no good. We're entering the final minute and 29 or minute and 28 seconds now of this game. Finley Erskine will come in, as will Nikola Bistrovic for Croatia. Finley Erskine checking in for Great Britain. as Ante Stimac heads to the sidelines, as does Ben Leach. Pesic, Demirovic, maybe one pass too many. There was still time on the shot clock. There was 5 to shoot. Demirovic along the baseline as the shot clock wound down. And the officials deemed that to not hit the rim, so Great Britain will get the ball back. 1:14 to play, and they need scores. Erskine, that's in and out. Bistrovic, again, maybe one pass too many, or maybe just eating some of the clock. Erskine, this needs to drop, but it doesn't, and Croatia collect the loose change. Nice pass inside from Pesic. Bistrovic can't get it to fall. And now Great Britain need 2-pointers. They need long-range shots. Great perimeter defense from Demirovic. Erskine, that's his favorite spot, rattles it in. Loves that 6-footer, does Finley Erskine. It's part of his bread and butter when he played for the Lothian Phoenix, and again now in Germany. Dill, there's a steal, and that will not count. But with 13.3 to play, unless GB make it rain from beyond the arc, Croatia will get the win in this one. That's a 2-pointer that's no good. GB will get the 1-pointer there from Leach, but it's academic. Croatia win 13-7 over Great Britain. And when you look at things on a wheelchair basketball front in the wider context, you would see this as an upset. However, in 3x3 basketball, trust me, anything can happen. This is how open these World Championships are, and how there is no real clear favourite. Croatia coming out 13-7 victors over Great Britain, their first win of these World Championships. GB start Group A 0-1, and we'll be back in just a moment, because coming up it is Egypt against the United Arab Emirates, the two teams that secured victories in the morning session, and they will come onto the court in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
await our referees for the next game. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go for Game 8 in Pool B between Egypt and the UAE. Introducing first, Egypt, at number 4, Tola Nahdi. At number 5, Mahdi Abbas. At number 6, Mohammed Abdelaziz. And at number 9, Ashraf Ammar.
For Egyptian players, there we go. As Ashraf Ammar comes to the floor.
Give it up once again for Egypt.
And the United Arab Emirates will make their way onto the stage and onto the court momentarily. Egypt getting the win earlier this morning. In fact, our first game of the World Championships, and they will now go down in history as the first winners of the first game of these 3x3 World Championships. They beat Kenya 13-3 this morning. United Arab Emirates getting the win over Croatia after that. Both teams 1-0 in Group A. There are the United Arab Emirates: Mohammed Al-Hashmi, Mohammed Al-Habsi, Mansour Al-Nakbi and Jazim Ramzan. And for Egypt, Tuba Nagdi, Mohammed Abdelaziz, Ashraf Ammar and Magdi Abbas.
And our customary politics.
Of course, following on from this game will be our first look at Australia as they take on Malaysia. That'll be a Group B encounter. Of course, Australia now the only men's team yet to have played a game thus far. They're warming up currently at the moment. Of course, Australia's under-23 team narrowly missing out on the bronze medal at the World Championships in Brazil last month. They lost out to Great Britain. And Great Britain, just a moment ago, lost their first game of the tournament to Croatia. As we get set to start the teams who are 1-0 at the moment in Group A.
4, 3, X3.
So Egypt will get us underway. Mohammed Abdelaziz will retrieve the ball, and here we go. We're underway. 10 minutes of action here at Sun City, here at the Super Bowl. Al-Nakbi still has the ball. 3 to shoot for Al-Nakbi. That's a long one-pointer, no good. Magdi Abbas. Abbas surveying what's before him, but he's got to put it up. That's a two-pointer. And he looked to go glass. Abdelaziz with the rebound. And he'll come out. That's a wild pass, and it was deflected, and it's out of bounds. That could be anyone's possession. First to 21 points. Of course, whoever leads at the end of 10 minutes wins the game, as Mohamed Abdelaziz banks in a one-pointer. That ball is deflected out of bounds. We've had one overtime game thus far. That was between that was between Austria and Canada. Canada coming away with a 17-15 victory in that one. This game has all the hallmarks of going all the way as well. Two competitive nations thus far in these World Championships. Gunning for the right to be the first ever World Champions in the IWBF 3x3 Worlds. Right now, Egypt with the only score of the game. We've played over a minute. Long two-pointer, and we have our first wedgie of the 3x3 World Championships in a tournament of firsts. There's the shot from Mansour Al-Nakbi. Stays on the rim as one of our hard-working volunteers looks to get the ball down, or struggles to get the ball down. We'll get there. And he succeeds at the third time of asking. And shout out to the production crew as well for a fantastic camera angle of that. Ramzan. No good there from Al-Hebzi, and Al-Nakbi gets it to go, and we're tied up at 1. Abbas. That's a two-pointer, and that's strong off the glass, but doesn't get it to drop. Nice turn and shoot there, but it's short from Ramzan. Abbas. Here is Ammar, doesn't get that to fall. Both teams just feeling each other out a little bit here. Ramzan has it. 2 to shoot, he's got to put it up. That's a wild shot, and it goes straight into the advertising board and right into a volunteer's waiting hands. Abdelaziz. Aziz composes himself, puts it up, that goes off the back iron. On the follow was Magdi Abbas. 2-1 to Egypt. Ramzan nearly stolen away there, but a whistle has gone. And I think a foul was called just after the shot clock expired, and there'll be one shot for Egypt. Well, excuse me, I think for the United Arab Emirates. My apologies. The referee just signalling for Jazim Ramzan to go to the free throw line. He's a bit shaken up. He did take a bit of a tumble. Of course, there are substitutions for both teams. Tuba Nagdi, the sub for the United Arab Emirates. As to the basket was Laziz. He couldn't get that to fall. Excuse me, Tuba Nagdi is the sub for Egypt. My apologies. And the sub for the United Arab Emirates is Mohammed Al-Hashmi. As we have a timeout on the floor. And we are tied up at 2 apiece. So once again, we thank you everyone for joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel as we see some of the highlights that we've seen in the first 3 minutes of this game. The inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. It's an open event this year. Teams from all over the world invited across all 4 of the IWBF zones. And as time goes and as the tournaments keep going, of course, new nations will emerge, and established nations that might not be appearing here in South Africa will come to the floor in future editions of this fantastic event, a global first for wheelchair basketball, first of its kind, that a 3x3 World Championship is taking place. Of course, showcasing IWBF's commitment to growing wheelchair basketball worldwide, opening new pathways for participation. And as we're seeing new nations emerging, such as the United Arab Emirates, of course, Slovenia, Switzerland, another one, or another couple of those nations taking part. And the referee just warning Magdi Abbas, who really threw the ball hard at Mohammed or Mansour Al Nakbi. Adil Aziz inside, under the basket, and it just about goes from Ashraf Anmar. Al Nakbi in all kinds of space and a foul. And we have another brief break in play with 6:49 remaining. Egypt up 3-2. Of course, following on from this game, we have Australia. Our first look at Australia taking on Malaysia. As we see there, the score earlier from Ashraf Anmar. You see the backdrop there, the Sun City Super Bowl here in this luxurious resort located near the city of Rustenburg and about 90 miles or so northwest of Johannesburg. And we're back underway. As the shot is no good from Anmar. Ramzan behind his back, looked for the circus shot, but a whistle went before he went for the glory and the spectacular. It's been a very physical first 3 minutes and a bit of change played in this game. Of course, both these teams off to winning starts in Group A, looking to improve to 2-0 in this 3-day event as we look to crown a first ever 3x3 IWBF World Champion. And what a setting to do it here in South Africa. There's a shot clock violation as Mohammed Adil Aziz couldn't get his shot off in time, so a fresh 12 put on the shot clock. Of course, 12 seconds, allowing for a quicker pace game. As Ramzan puts in the 1-pointer, we're tied at 3 with 4 minutes, or coming up to 4 minutes played in this game. The shot is no good, a whistle is gone. A technical foul has been called, and they have been warned about this, Egypt, throwing the ball instead of passing the ball to the opponent so they can start their offense. Egypt have literally just chucked the ball aggressively at their counterparts, and one time, fair enough, a warning, but second time, a technical foul was incoming, and United Arab Emirates will now take the lead on that free throw from Mansour Al-Nakbi, and they'll get the possession. And right now, Egypt with 4 fouls. Of course, once you get over 6, it's free throws for the opposing team. United Arab Emirates yet to commit a foul in this contest. And a whistle has gone. I think a 3-second violation has been called on Mohamed Al-Habzi. Egypt have the ball. And the shot is money from Ashraf Anmar. Ashraf Anmar, the veteran, going to work in this game. Shot is no good. El-Habzi on the follow, though. And right now it's whatever you can do, we can do better. Anmar again, this time from 5 feet, doesn't get his shot to go. It hit the rim, so Egypt will get another bite of the cherry. That's a 2-pointer, no good. That was Magdi Abbas with the 2-pointer. 5-4 in favor of the United Arab Emirates. The UAE getting it done right now, still a long way to go. We're over halfway. Ashraf Anmar stops and just about gets the friendly pop as well. We're tied at 5, 4:39 to play. Ramzan goes to the floor. The ball is loose. It's picked up by Egypt. And now Egypt lose the ball as Mohamed Abdelaziz with a look of frustration. UAE get the ball back, 4:26 to play. Shot clock at 6, at the elbow, and is money from Mansour Al-Nakbi. Right now, the UAE in a groove. They're up 6-5, but Egypt have the ball. And that's an unsportsmanlike foul. A clear foul from the elbow. There is Magdi Abbas. He'll go to the line and he'll bank in the free throw. There'll be another free throw incoming off that unsportsmanlike for Egypt. 4:10 remaining, and Egypt now with a chance to take the lead as the miss there from Abbas, who splits the free throws. 14 fouls for Egypt, 2 now for the UAE. And again, we're tied at 6. Anmar can't get his 1 point to fall. Ramzan Al-Nakbi can't get the bank to open here in Sun City. 3:35 to play. It's a cagey affair with all the hallmarks of it going all the way. And we have a timeout on the floor. 3:33 to play, tied at 6. Here are some of the replays, some of the action thus far. Egypt and the United Arab Emirates tied up at 6. Australia, Malaysia to follow this one in the first games of our afternoon session here in Sun City, South Africa. As we get set to restart. All the scores, in case you've missed any games so far, they are available on the IWBF website. As Anmar knocks it down from the foul line and Egypt retake the lead. That website, of course, IWBF.org. Anmar short with the one-pointer from the baseline. Ball is loose. Ramzan just about clings onto it. And a whistle has gone. And possession will go the way of Egypt. Final 3 minutes as Australia and Malaysia warm up on the practice courts behind the show court here, where Egypt and UAE are going to the final buzzer, it seems. But Egypt now with a bit of breathing room. They're up 8-6. Chance to tie for Al Nakbi. Buries it. We're tied at 8. First two-pointer of the game. Anmar along the baseline. And right now, both teams not giving an inch. They're fighting with everything they've got. Al Hebsi misses the one inside. Abbas, 5 to shoot for Egypt. Abbas goes for the 2. Buries the 2. 11-8, and Egypt's now accelerating, flexing the muscles. UAE will get free throws. 3 straight points without reply from Egypt. As we come up to the final 2 minutes of this game. What a finish we have in store in this one. Al Nakbi hits the deck after the miss. .156 remaining. Abdelaziz. He wants the one-pointer from the mid-range. Doesn't get it to fall, though. He was thinking about it. He wanted the right shot. UAE now need points. They're still in this. The bank is open for Jazim Ramzan. Long one is not good from Abbas. And now it's a question of who has ice in their veins. Who can produce the goods when it matters. Lovely pass inside and the finish from Anmar. 12-9, it's a 3-point game. United Arab Emirates now need points. 1:05 to play. Long 2 fading away. That'll be a shot clock violation. Great perimeter defense from the Egyptians. Abdelaziz, beautiful pass inside. Showing us how it's done with the basic passing, but the finish lacking as Ramzan travels with it. Final 45 seconds. Abdelaziz. That's a clutch shot, but it's short. That would have been a dagger if it went in. Shot is no good from Abdelaziz before the two-pointer attempt from Abbas. Long two, and it's banked home. Mansour Al Nakbi gives the UAE hope. 21.1 to play. It's 12-11. And Egypt now need a score, but they turn it over. The ball is loose. Anmar has it. He can't get it. And the UAE have it. Final 10 seconds. Al Nakbi travels with it. Time out called. 6.2 to play. And that's a huge possession from the United Arab Emirates, who had the chance to tie. And Mansour Al Nakbi travelled on the ball. There was his long two earlier that gave the UAE hope. Well, what a finish we have in store here. Of course, the shot clock is off. 6.2 to play. UAE with 14 fouls. So you need a couple more fouls. And there's one foul. And that's what the UAE have got to do. They've got to really foul and get the foul count up. They're on 5 team fouls now. Remember, over 6 and you get free throws. But with 1 second left, Egypt will hang on. 12-11. What a brilliant finish we had here. But Egypt sneak away with a 12-11 victory over the United Arab Emirates. And sportsmanship you can see there all round. It was a fantastic game to watch. It was just a shame that someone had to end up with the loss. But congratulations to Egypt, 12-11 victors over the United Arab Emirates. Coming up next, it is Australia against Malaysia. We'll be back in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, on to Game 7 of Pool B. Presenting Australia versus Malaysia. And introducing Australia, number 5, Thomas Klein. And number 6, Dalton Latchman. And number 13, Luke Vogel. And number 14, Jake Kavanagh.
Well, we welcome you back to Sun City, South Africa, and our first look at Australia as they take on Malaysia in Group B action. There are the Australians, number 5, Thomas Klein, 6, Lachlan Dalton, 13, Luke Popel, and 14, Jake Kavanagh. There is a reserve player for the Australians, that is Kane Downey.
At number 7,
They will take on Malaysia, who are led by the number 7, Razali Kantik, Karthik Happy, and Ye Bing Tan.
at number 9,
And of course, Mohammed Atib Zakraya as well, the number 11.
and at number 11,
Malaysia, who had to come from behind to beat South Africa earlier on this morning. They won 13-11, but trailed for the majority of that contest before pulling away in the latter stages for a narrow victory, and they will look to beat the Australians, who have a very strong, very rich 3x3 pedigree. They have their own 3x3 league back home. Of course, a number of the players as well have got under 23 World Championship experience, and also have some senior men's experience as well. Lachlan Dalton was called up to the Tokyo Paralympic side back in 2020, but missed the final 12. So Australia in their infamous gold and green, and Malaysia in their black kit, and we are underway. And straight away, first shot, first 2-pointer for Luke Popel is no good. And both teams making it rain, but it's not falling right now. Klein. Here is Dalton, and Dalton gets Australia's World Championship Odyssey off and running. And the shot is good from Zakraya, and it's one apiece early doors as Luke Popel tried to save the ball but couldn't. Luke Popel, who has played in 2 IWBF World Championships, won gold in 2014, bronze in 2018. Zakraya, that's a 1-pointer, money. 2-1, Malaysia in front. Popel inside, gets the friendly roll off the feed from Dalton. We're tied at 2. Shot clock at 4. Zakraya fading away, that's a 1-pointer, but it's an air ball, and that'll be an Australian possession. Following on from this, it'll be the turn of Poland, who will take on South Africa. After this game, Dalton explodes to the cup. And the ball will go out of bounds. Early doors here, and both teams not wasting any time to get their 2-pointers off. Both teams looking to make a mark. Look how open path he was, but he couldn't get the shot to fall, and that's a shot clock violation as well. So the Aussies will get the ball back. Lachlan Dalton will get the ball. Native of Clayton, which is a suburb in Melbourne. And he has the ball again under the hoop, gets it to go. No, it agonizingly falls out. It did a victory lap, but decided not to drop. As Malaysia will do a quick swap as Ye Bing Tan comes out and Razali Kantik comes in. As Dalton misses the free throw. A keen West Ham United fan as well for any Premier League fans watching wherever you are. 2 minutes played here as Malaysia looking for the, that would have been a one-pointer. Ball goes out of bounds. And our official there in good position, Natasha Onono from Kenya. Of course, we have referees from all over the world converging here in South Africa as a whistle has gone. As Malaysia making frequent subs at the moment, which is a good thing to see, as Ye Bing Tan comes back in and he's on the ball right now. 5 to shoot. Bing Tan in the corner pocket. Has to go, has to put something up. Goes for the wild hook. It hits the rim, but Australia get the rebound. That's a beautiful pass from Dalton and a finish from Popel. Great find from Lachlan Dalton. And Luke Popel, who started playing wheelchair basketball at age 13, gets the score. A veteran of the national team, as said, played in 2 IWBF World Championships and was part of the Rollers back at the Paralympics in Paris last summer. Here is Dalton. That's a two-pointer, and it's in and out. 5-2 in favour of the Aussies right now. Coming up to 3 minutes played in a 10-minute contest. First to 21, shot clock winding down. Banked home, that will count as well. That's a one-pointer though for Zakaria. Klein in all kinds of space, gets the friendly drop. Klein, who's actually born in Belgium, now makes Melbourne his home. Plays for the Red Dust Healers back home. And here he is on the ball, has all the time in the world again. Why not? Back-to-back scores for Thomas Klein. Zakaria. Zakaria nearly fouled there by Dalton. Somehow gets the shot up, but that'll be a shot clock violation. That was intense defense from Lachlan Dalton. As a timeout is called on the floor, Malaysia still in this, but trailing 7-3. Of course, Malaysia with the win earlier on this morning over the host nation, South Africa. South Africa will be in action next. They will take on Poland. Poland getting a 21-10 win earlier on this morning over Slovenia. And Slovenia will come up later on today. They will be in action later on this afternoon. As we go back underway, and the shot is no good from Jake Kavanagh into the game for the Aussies. Here is Dalton. Dalton just gliding his way effortlessly to the basket. Dalton goes for the two, and that's off to the right. Zakraya for Malaysia. 5 to shoot. Zakraya, who has 3x3 experience with Malaysia, buries the one-pointer. Popel behind the back pass, but Kavanagh wasn't expecting it. That was pretty, but the final piece of the jigsaw was lacking. Rosie Kancik there just having a quick chat with the officials. There was a bit of an over-exaggeration of the check ball there. Here he is on the ball right now. Kancik fading away, puts it up. Good defense there from Kavanagh. Luke Popel on the ball. Bullet pass. Kavanagh can't get that to drop. As Malaysia get the ball in the basket this time. Mohamed Atib Zakraya with the finish, and it's now 7-5. Malaysia creeping back into this. Dalton, Popel, acres of space, and he can't get that to fall. And Malaysia with another stop and another chance. 4 to shoot. Zakraya puts it up. And Malaysia again with the second chance opportunity here. 7 to shoot though for Zakraya. Popel all over him. Got to put it up. Puts up a long one. That doesn't fall either. And Australia finally get the ball back, and Dalton will reset. Popel goes along the baseline. 2 to shoot. Dalton a two-pointer. And again, Australia get the ball. Behind the back pass, Dalton off the window and down. And finally, Australia gets that all-elusive score. They're up 3. Both teams with just one foul at the moment, so well within the limits. Zakraya along the baseline doesn't get that friendly roll. Kavanagh can't hang on to the pass. And a whistle has gone. When we tell you this 3x3 format is fast-paced, non-stop, we mean it. Barely have time to breathe. Popel, that's a 2. And that's no good. And the pass deflected, and Australia will come back up with it. Dalton was looking for Kavanagh. Dalton still has it, 4 on the shot clock. Kavanagh collects from 5 feet. He's fouled hard by Mohamed Atib Zakraya. There is Jake Kavanagh, member of the Perth Wheelcats, scholar from the Western Australian Institute of Sport. Another Australian who has senior team experience. Made his debut at the 2022 Asia Oceania Zone qualifiers as he misses the free throw. 8-5 in favour of Australia. Malaysia, though, still in this. And the shot is no good from their leading offensive marksman, Mohamed Atib Zakraya. Also, as well, Rosalie Kancik has been quiet in this contest thus far. He was the main player that ran the team in their win over South Africa earlier on. And with 3:08 remaining, we have a timeout on the floor. And Australia leading 9-5 in their first game of these IWBF 3x3 World Championships here in Sun City, South Africa. A big thank you to our sponsors for this tournament, RGK Wheelchairs, our global partners, of course providing a dedicated on-site repair station for the players' wheelchairs. Of course, the event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, and a big shout out, and hopefully he's watching, to Wheelchair Basketball South Africa President Craig Morgas, who is recovering from an illness back home. as Malaysia get off the mark out of the timeout as Karthik Pathy gets the 1 point of the drop. Following on from this game, we will have Poland against the host nation, South Africa. Poland, who secured the first to 21 victory of these World Championships, beating Slovenia 21-10 earlier. And South Africa, who lost to Malaysia 13-11 in their first game, as Kavanagh banks home the floater. Bing Tan. Zakraya. Shot clock at 1. Gets the shot off in time. That's off the back iron. Pathy with the rebound. Blocked by Klein off the shot attempt by Zakraya. Gets another attempt, and this time it's off to the right. Kavanagh says thank you very much. Dalton fading away, and it goes in. Almost had his back to the basket. He was very contorted when he got that shot up, but he somehow got it to drop. Pathy off the glass. Here is Dalton with the runner. And that just agonizingly falls out. And here is Ye Bing Tan on the ball. 11-7 in favor of Australia. 1:30 to play. Bing Tan in and out. Kavanagh, Klein, great play from Australia. Great pass from Jake Kavanagh. Bing Tan still has it, and he'll bury it all net. Dalton in acres of space and scoring. Jake Kavanagh doing Perth Wheelcats proud right now. And the Aussies less than a minute away from victory, but Mohamed Hatib Zakraya says we're still in this. Here is Kavanagh, met by Zakraya, doesn't get the fall. Dalton just about hangs on, banks it home. Could that be the Dhaka basket for the Aussies? Entering the final 30 seconds, and Australia looking good value for this 14-9 lead right now. Ball goes out of bounds, and Malaysia at this point, they need 2-pointers. As Kansik loses the ball, Pathy loses the ball. Klein with the steal. 16.3 to play. And just a bit of confusion on the Malaysian side as to what their defensive set is going to be. Lachlan Dalton. Klein, Kavanagh, and that's game. Final seconds ticking by, and Malaysia will suffer their first defeat of these World Championships, and Australia tip off their World Championship adventure with a 15-9 victory over Malaysia. It was a really competitive game up until the final couple of minutes. Australia just showing their strength. And after a 13-11 win over South Africa earlier on this morning, Malaysia will drop to 1-1 in Group B. They lose 15-9 over the Aussies, who start their campaign with a victory. Up next, it is Poland against South Africa here on the IWBF YouTube channel. Don't go anywhere. The action still coming at you thick and fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next encounter, still in Pool B and Game 8, it is Poland versus South Africa. First introducing the man from Poland. At number 3, Dominic Musler. At number 4, Matthias Stan. At number 6, Andreas Meisen. And at number 19, Matthias Filipski.
Znowu ktoś mnie podgląda. Lekko skrobię do drzwi. Strasznym okiem przygląda. Będzie trąbił drzwi.
Give it up for Poland.
Andrzej Matsik, Dominic Mosler and Matt Stan.
At number 8, Zakele Shelembe.
Shakele Shalembe comes onto the floor to lead the South Africans, the host nation, flanked by their supporters from the women's side who are supporting their countrymen here. Shane Williams, who had a fantastic game against Malaysia earlier on, the number 12, comes onto the floor alongside Gift Mukezi and Gola Yalezu. There are the host nation, your South African team. Proud hosts of the first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships. We welcome you wherever you are across the world on the IWBF YouTube channel. John Hobbs here keeping you company for the men's portion of the tournament. Kaz Bullock keeping you company for the women's draw. Of course, we had 2 women's games earlier on. Great Britain beating Switzerland 12-3 and Australia beating South Africa 17-2. There are our officials for our game. Of course, at 2:50 local time in the afternoon, our women's draw will continue as Kenya take on South Africa's B team. That should be a fascinating encounter, all-African battle. South Africa get us underway here. Here is Shalembe. Shalembe can't get it to fall. Filipski, who started on the sidelines against Slovenia, starts this game and gets the first score of the game. And when Filipski came into the game against Slovenia, the complex, the entire game changed from there. As the miss there from mid-range from Muketsi, the number 9. Filipski gets it to go, and 2 quick field goals for Matus Filipski gives Poland a 2-0 lead. Here is Gift Muketsi on the ball. Part of the victorious South African team that won the IWBF Under-23 African Championships, allowed them to qualify for the World Championships in Brazil. He was part of that unit. Filipski again, and Filipski right now is doing some damage in this contest. He has all 3 of Poland's points, and they're up 3-0. As Muketsi misses the mid-range, and Shakele Shambele can't keep it in. Here is Andrzej Matsik. Here is Filipski. Matsik, who had a cracking game against Slovenia earlier on, and right now Filipski is absolutely on fire. Here is Shalembe, and that's a shot clock violation for South Africa. As Shalembe couldn't get his shot off in time. And Andrzej Maciek will get the ball back. Filipski again, and this time a bit of a heat check for Matus Filipski. Here is Muketse. 2 to shoot. Muketse gets his shot up and airballs it. And right now, Poland having everything their own way. They're up 4-0. They had a big unit coming with them training for these World Championships in South Africa. A lot of players to choose from, and also in the frame to play for Poland in these World Championships. Piotr Darnikowski and Malak Wesolowski. But Filipski, Maciek, Stan and Mosler, the preferred 4-man roster for this Poland side. And right now, they're doing the business here in South Africa. Long way to go, though, in this event. This is a 3-day event. Of course, both teams will get the majority of their group games, their pool games out of the way today, and then we'll have a couple more tomorrow, followed by the knockout rounds. As Maciek was looking for the ball, and there's a good bit of defense there from Shakele Shamlembe, but it went out of bounds, and Poland will get the ball back. Filipski, they call him Fifi, as Maciek can't get the shot to fall, gets it at the second attempt. Stan picks up the loose pieces. He still can't get his shot to go. Shane Williams bats it out, and it's retrieved by Yalezu, who puts up a 2 and can't get it to fall. Yalezu, the Eastern Cape native from a small town called Kumbu. Filipski. And Filipski is just unstoppable right now for Poland. One of Poland's main offensive juggernauts. And he's been doing this for more than a decade. But still a newcomer to this 3x3 game, as most players are. He'll miss the 1-pointer there. 5-0 in favor of Poland. Yalezu. 4 to shoot for Yalezu over Filipski, and there's the first score for the host nation, to the delight of the women's team watching on. Maciek, good defense there from Yalezu, and the score, that's a 2-pointer from Filipski. Williams, who can shoot them from anywhere, corner pocket, that's off the back iron. Maciek, Stan off the glass. That's Stan, who made his international bow in 2023 and really has gone from strength to strength. Here is Maciek, the runner, off the glass. 9-1 now in favor of Poland, and we have played over 4 minutes here in this game. Of course, these are 10-minute contests. First to 21, or whoever's leading after 10 minutes have been played. We have had an overtime in these World Championships. Canada and Austria going the distance and then some. Of course, following on from this game will be Portugal and Austria. That's a Pool C game. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone watching on the IWBF YouTube channel. This is a bumper day of basketball, unlike anything you'll ever see, as the 3x3 game is now part of the IWBF calendar. The first ever World Championships here in lovely Sun City, here in South Africa. Maciek from the foul line, doesn't get that to fall, and Yalezu with the rebound. Yalezu still has it, 7 to shoot for the host nation. Shane Williams wanted it, and instead Matchik picks it up. Matchik now in acres of space. Stan from 5 feet, that's money. That's Stan doing the Jaguars proud back in Great Britain. As the shot is up, the shot is good from Yalezu, off balance, gets it to go and a foul. Bola Yalezu with the shot inside. That was a high degree of difficulty. He was falling over when he got that shot up. Poland will get the ball back. 5:15 to play in this game. Just the one foul so far. South Africa have been very disciplined on the defensive end as Dominic Mosler back into the game and gets it to go. As Matus Filipski heads to the sidelines. Yalezu over Matchik. Yalezu wanted the shot, gets it to go. No, it doesn't fall. Here is Stan Matchik. And does a victory lap and rolls out. And South Africa will get the ball back with Shane Williams. Now Williams, he's not afraid to put him up. That was a 2-pointer as well. And Mosler with the ball. Dominic Mosler, another veteran of this Polish team, and off balance with Andrzej Matchik. Yalezu, Williams. Catch and shoot for Williams, doesn't get that to fall. Yalezu, though, hurries for the offensive board. Williams has another bite of the cherry, doesn't get that to fall. Mosler looking for Stan. Mosler back to the basket. 3-second violation for Dominic Mosler. Another veteran, as mentioned, part of multiple Paralympics, multiple World Championships. Dominic Mosler emerged as a star back in 2012 in London. As Williams misses the long baseline one-pointer. Here is Matchik. Matchik doesn't get that to fall. Williams just about collects. Mosler was hounding him. Williams, lovely pass. Brilliant basketball from South Africa, just lacking the finish. There, Williams and Shalembe were fighting for it. Williams has it. Williams can't get the fall. In fact, a 3-second violation has been called. But that was lovely build-up play from the host nation, just lacking that final product. (12-2) in favour of Poland. 3:37 to play. As we look at some of the highlights of what has been a dominant display from the European side thus far. But despite only having 2 points, South Africa have battled hard, defensively have been strong. Of course, Poland with too much firepower, too much experience right now. And they are getting the job done and look well on their way to recording their second win here at the IWBF 3x3 World Championships. 3:35 to play. First to 21. 2-pointer is money from Yalezu. Mosler, though, at the other end doesn't get the fall. Yalezu, I think, fouled Mosler as he was going up for the shot the second time. In fact, that shot will count as well for Dominic Mosler. First foul for South Africa in this contest. And Mosler puts it in. Poland now on 14 and a steal. Mosler, and it's stolen back by Yalezu. Here is Williams. Williams still has it. 3 to shoot. That's a wild shot from Williams, but he needed to do something with it. Stan Matchik, off balance, gets it to go, and a foul. Andre Matsik off balance, gets it to go. That's a second team foul on South Africa in this game. And Andre Matsik, who was part of the All-Star team for the IWBF 3x3 Europe Cup last year. So he does have 3x3 experience, does Andre Matsik. Gets the resulting free throw, and now South Africa are just throwing 2-pointers up. They're getting desperate. Matsik, here is Mosler. Thank you very much. Room service for Dominic Mosler. Three to shoot. Williams. Yalezu. Well, you've got to give it up for the South Africans. They show no fear. They will shoot from anywhere. As Gift Mukezi, there you go, the number 9 comes in. And Poland now 17-4, make that 18-4 to the good. 2:22 remaining in this game. Mukezi, and that's a shot clock violation for South Africa. And Poland will get the ball back. Matsik. Stan was rolling to the basket. Matsik doesn't need him, and Stan can't reach for the rebound. Shalembe. Muketse. Nearly went out of bounds. Muketse with the 2. That's no good. Stan all alone. Passes it to Mosler. Mosler, Matsik. Beautiful. And Poland now just almost toying with South Africa. 19-4. 1:37 remaining. Another shot clock violation. Poland can win it with a 2-pointer. As Yola Yalezu looking to check back in for South Africa, and Shane Williams will head out. Shane Williams, a 31-year-old veteran of this South African team, and as we've seen, one of the key players for the host nation. Matsik, they decide not to go for the 2. Matsik misses the 1-pointer. Stan under the hoop. And now with 1:23 remaining, Poland just need one more point. And they are certainly making a statement here in Sun City. As Yalezu goes to the basket, and now Poland can win it from here. Here is Mosler. Mosler, Matsik, game, set, match to Poland. They beat South Africa 21-4 with 1:04 to spare. And Poland move on to 2-0 in Pool B. South Africa dropped to 0-2. And coming up next, we will have a Pool C encounter between Portugal and Austria. That'll tip off in around 5 minutes' time, so don't go anywhere. The action coming at you here in beautiful Sun City. Don't go anywhere.
our next game between Portugal and Austria. Pool C, Game 3. Introducing first, the man from Portugal. At number 6, Pedro Bartolo. At number 10, Alexandre Conde. At number 12, Jorge Carneiro. And at number 13, Charles Reis.
The action keeps on coming here in South Africa as we have Portugal and Austria taking place here in Pool C. Another all-European clash. Portugal losing to Spain earlier on this morning, looking to bounce back. There is the Portugal team. Pedro Bartolo, Jorge Carneiro, Alexandre Conde and João Reis for Portugal. And here come the Austrians, who suffered heartbreak in their earlier game against Canada. It went the distance and then some, but Austria losing out after overtime to the Canadians. Christoph Edler, Leon Verlegger, Hubert Hager and Mehmet Heri, the 4 players for Austria.
Give it up for Austria. And now for our contest.
Of course, Portugal now in white. Of course, they were in red earlier on this morning. Austria in their red strip. And we are going to get underway. These two teams looking for their first victories here at the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championship. Of course, a huge thank you to our event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, our global partners, RGK Wheelchairs. They're our officials for today's game. And of course, our event partners out of the Sun City Resort, who have welcomed us with open arms and have put together this fantastic event in partnership with Wheelchair Basketball South Africa. And it is time to play ball. Austria get the first possession of the contest. Here is Hager, who will get the 1-pointer. Hubert Hager, the main offensive threat for this Austrian team. As the shot is no good from João Reis. Here is Mehmet Heri. Gliding along the baseline, Verlegger just about hangs on and somehow gets it to go. Leon Verlegger, the man who plays his basketball in Graz. Bartolo doesn't get that to fall just as the shot clock expired. Herrely was thinking about the 2-pointer. Instead creeps inside, still has it, 4 to shoot for the Austrians. Herrely doesn't get it to fall. Herrely, one of the veterans of this Austrian team, 41 years of age. Reis. João Reis looking for options, finds it in Bartolo. Not afraid to put up the midi, but it's off the back iron. Verlegger going to the elbow, finds Hubert Hager. Good defense from Reis, but Verlegger misses the 2 from 5 feet. Or misses the 1-pointer from 5 feet as the ball goes out of bounds. The ball going quite the distance there. The referee, they're just running a mini marathon there to get it. As Portugal will get us back underway early doors. Austria are up 2-0. And a whistle has gone and a foul has been called. As Jorge Carneiro will head to the free throw line. A defensive-minded player, the number 12 for the Portuguese, 33-year-old. A lefty, gets it to go, and Portugal off the mark. As Felega and Carneiro fighting for it. Joel Reis, it is Bartolo. Reis will get it back, catch and shoot off the glass. Hubert Hager was calling for it, but Reis was at the right place at the right time, gets it back. Joel Reis, 3 to shoot, got to put it up, throws it up, doesn't go. Bartolo, in fact, that didn't even hit the rim according to the referee, so Austria will get the ball back as Herrely will head to the sidelines. Christoph Edler comes in, and Edler finds a bit of daylight but doesn't get the drop. Hager on the follow, and a whistle has gone. Of course, after this game, it'll be our final game of the second session of the men as Spain take on Canada. That should be a thrilling encounter to conclude the second session for the men before the women take to the floor, and we'll see Kenya taking on South Africa's B team in what should be a really enticing Pool B matchup there for the women. Caroline Bullock will be joining us for that. 2-3 in favour of Austria, make that 3-3. The game is now tied. And nearly a turnover there as Carneiro got the steal, but it went out of bounds. Reis, that was a 2-pointer. And the ball will go out of bounds, and Austria will get the ball. Of course, Austria, the hosts of last year's 3x3 Europe Cup. As Herrely, who was actually one of the first players of that uses a wheelchair to actually be on top of a Ferris wheel. That was all part of a PR campaign back home in Austria to promote the FIBA 3x3 or the IWBF 3x3 Europe Cup. Called it one of the experiences of a lifetime. As Portugal will retain possession, 3-3 here. As the ball goes right to Felega, and now Hubert Hager has it. Hager, here is Edler. Christoph Edler fading away. That smacks the backboard and right into the waiting hands of Joel Reis. Bartolo loses the ball, but Reis is there to pick up the loose pieces and put it in. And Portugal have a 4-3 lead. First lead of the game for Portugal. In fact, excuse me, their second lead of this game, actually. Hager looking for Edler, finds him somehow and puts it in. How that pass got to Christoph Edler, especially with Jorge Carneiro for company, I'll never know. As a timeout has been called on the floor here in Sun City, South Africa. And a big thank you to our fantastic hosts here at this fantastic resort of Sun City, host to the first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships, as we see some highlights of what has been going on so far between Portugal and Austria. Both teams looking to bounce back after defeats earlier on this morning. Portugal losing to Spain and Austria losing to Canada. IWBF growing its 3x3 brand. And this is the first global 3x3 tournament that IWBF have staged. There's been a few continental tournaments, but nothing like this as Falega goes for the one-pointer. Joel Hies puts up a 2, and that's short. And Haga with the loose ball. 5-4 in favor of Austria, coming up to 4 minutes played in this one. Falega doesn't get the drop. The ball is loose. Haga off balance, doesn't get it to fall either. That agonizingly rolled out. Portugal still have it with 3 to shoot. Bartolo puts it up. That's a one-pointer. We're tied at 5. Haga accelerates to the cup, and he is fouled. And that is a second team foul for Austria. Once you get over 6, it's free throws for the opposing team. And once you get over 10, it's free throws and possession to the opposing team. So fouls do count heavily in 3x3 basketball. Of course, Austria had many players like Poland in their preliminary rosters for this World Championship. Alexander Sapan and Philip Hockenberger also on the roster, but the 4 were chosen to represent Austria. Here they are on the ball, leading 6-5. Herrely gets the 1, and Austria now with a bit of breathing space. Beautiful touch pass from Bartolo. He gets it to go. No, it will not count. It's a 3-second violation. It's a beautiful bit of basketball there. But Austria now with a chance to extend their lead to 3 or even 4. Herrely will go inside, behind the pack pass. And Haga gets it to 4, but what a find from Mehmet Herrely. Wasn't even looking at where Hubert Haga was. As we enter the halfway point now, and Austria with a 3-point cushion. Bartolo a 2, money. Pedro Bartolo with the 2 from the wing, and on the next possession fouls Hubert Haga. Another possession here for Austria, but Haga this time can't hang on. I think he thought that Christoph Edler was going for the 2. But either way you look at it, Portugal will get the ball. Great to have so many of you on board on the IWBF YouTube channel. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to Wheelchair Basketball's premier destination on YouTube. Of course, don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms. And of course, drop a comment. Let us know where you are, where you're watching this game. As Hubert Haga has the ball. 5 to shoot. Great pass to Falega. Good defense, though, from Hies. But better offense from Christoph Edler. Spain and Canada coming up next in Pool C. Both teams currently 1-0 in Pool C, as a 2-pointer is money from Bartolo. Second 2-pointer of this game for Pedro Bartolo. Haga looking to respond in his own right, but that'll go right out of bounds, and that will be a Portugal ball, tied at 9. Bartolo, who has the hot hand, why not? He puts in another one. Pedro Bartolo. as Haga doesn't get the shot. Austria still have it, and the ball goes out of bounds. How about Pedro Bartolo right now? 3 2-pointers in this game. We have a timeout on the floor, and Portugal's number 6 is a fireball right now. As we see just some of what he's been getting up to. Portugal lead 11-9, 3:35 to play here in this Pool C encounter on day 1 of the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Here is Haga. Haga still has it, finds a bit of room, too strong though, gets his own rebound, and that's what Hubert Haga does. He misses a shot, he's normally the first to his own rebound. We saw it throughout the European Championships a couple of years ago in Rotterdam, and we've seen a lot of instances like that here in South Africa. Bartolo misses the 1-pointer. Haga gets it back, Haga puts it in, and now Austria have tied the game at 11, 7 minutes play. Galnero, He's off balance, gets it to go. Portugal retake the lead. Haga, great passing, quick, zippy passing from the Austrians, and Christoph Edler with the 1-pointer. Bartolo a 2 and an air ball for Pedro Bartolo. Edler. Here is Haga. Haga gets it to go. Edler now on the sidelines for Austria. Here is Bartolo. Great pass inside to Hees off balance. Good recovery there from Mehmet. Hey, really there, the defensive play from the Austria number 8. Haga again off balance, and a whistle has gone. And that'll be a shot at the line for Hubert Haga and a 15 foul for Austria. Hubert Haga, who was the only Austrian player to score over 100 points in the 2023 European Championships in the Netherlands. Here is Bartolo. 3 to shoot. Bartolo's got to get busy here. Goes to the glass. No, it's an air ball. And a timeout on the floor is called. As we prepare as well following this game, you see the replays of what has been going on so far. A really cagey physical affair between these two European sides, as Austria hold a slender 13-12 lead. And following on from this game, we'll have Spain taking on Canada. That's due to tip off in around 10 minutes time. Both teams are warming up on the practice floors next to the main court. For Spain winning the World University Championships earlier on in the month, as Haga gets it to go on a foul, and Austria now lead by 2. Haga misses the resulting free throw. That's 6 fouls now for Portugal, so following on from there, Austria will get free throws, and with 1:45 remaining and up by 2, that could play a big role in this game. Joao Hees with the ball, 4 to shoot. Joao Hees puts up a 2, and that's no good. And Hubert Haga with the rebound. Haley finds Haga, brilliant pass, and a foul has been called. And that's the 7th team foul for Portugal. So Austria now will get free throws from here on out, and this could play a big part as Alexandre Conde comes into the game for Portugal. And Joao Reis will go to the sidelines. Haga gets the resulting free throw, and now Austria starting to create some separation. Bartolo, though, who has gone cold from two-point land, misses another one. He's hit 3 in this game thus far. Hayrily off the back iron, gets his own rebound. And the one-pointer is good for Leon Felega. Bartolo. Shot clock at 5. Conde. That's a bit flat along the baseline. Hayrily has it. Hayrily, that's a 2-pointer, that's short. As we enter the final 35 seconds, and Austria looking set for a win here. Bartolo looking to change that. Bartolo still has it. Here is Conde, a bit off balance, doesn't get the fall. Hayrily will get the rebound. Here is Haga. 6 to shoot. And Haga puts the dagger in the game. That'll do it. 18 to 12. We're down to the final seconds. And Austria will get a win at the second attempt. Portugal will drop to 0-2 in Group C. As Austria come away with an 18 to 12 victory over Portugal. Up next, it is Spain against Canada. And then it's up to the women again. The women will take the stage, starting with Kenya against South Africa's B team. But for now, we are awaiting the arrival of Spain and Canada, which will be coming up next.
Up next, we've got Spain versus Canada. Another Pool C affair. Introducing, firstly from Spain, wearing number 21, Pablo Lavandeira. And number 22, Manuel Enrique Lorenzo. And at number 24, Ignacio Ortega. And at number 27, Adrian Garcia.
Well, Spain started off with a win in their opener against neighbours Portugal, but this will be a challenge for them. They'll take on Canada in our next game, a Pool C game.
Give it up for Spain.
Canada needed overtime to edge past Austria,
Team Canada.
and no doubt they will be looking to make it 2-0 in Pool C against the Spanish opposition.
Vincent Delaire. And number 9, Colin.
So for Spain, Pablo Lavandeira, Manuel Lorenzo, Ignacio Ortega, and Adrian Garcia. For the Spanish, here come the Canadians, Garrett Ostepchuk, Vincent Delaire, Colin Higgins, and Lee Melamick. As we see, the coin toss will take place. Garrett Ostepchuk and Ignacio Ortega. So Spain will stay in their white strip. Canada switch to black. And we'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of our fans watching back in Canada, of course, the host nation for the next World Championships next summer in Ottawa.
4, 3, X3.
And all of our friends as well over in Spain watching on as Canada get the first score of the game. As Colin Higgins with the first points. And Spain can't get the shot to fall there as Pablo Lavandeira misses the one under the basket. Here is Higgins. Higgins loses the ball. The ball is now loose. And Lavandeira says thank you very much. Lorenzo doesn't get that to fall. Ortega, he'll get that to go. We're tied at 1. Early doors here in this Group C encounter. As the shot clock wound down and Higgins' shot, that would have counted as well. But he gets his own board. Vincent Delaire doesn't get the fall, but tip pass to Higgins. The whistle has gone. Of course, the women will take the stage following this game. Kenya and South Africa's B team head to the floor, an all-African encounter. Here it is Garcia with the long one-pointer, all string. A step check. Higgins goes for the two-pointer. That's an air ball to Colin Higgins. He plays his basketball over in France. Two-time Paralympian Colin Higgins. Ortega, another two-time Paralympian. Ortega with the ball. Lovely passing, great off-ball movement from Spain, and the finish inside from Lavandeira. Higgins, shot clock at 3. Here is a Stepchuk. Stepchuk buries the midi. As Ortega behind the basket can't get that to fall. Higgins trying to put Lorenzo in a spin. Here is Lavandeira. And that ball will roll out of bounds. Ignacio Ortega not happy with something. Either way. Here is Ortega. Goes for 2. Buries the 2. Ignacio Ortega. University of Alabama man. Vincent Dallaire was cutting to the basket there. Higgins didn't use him, and as a result, the cut was too late. Shot clock violation by Canada. Ortega, no good with the one. Higgins collects the rebound. Dallaire comes out. Higgins has it. Shot clock at 3. Ball is loose, and Canada will accept their fate there with a shot clock violation. Ortega, we hit one earlier from there. As we come up to 3 minutes played, Spain up by 2. Ortega off the glass, Spain now up by 3. And the whistle has gone. And we have a timeout on the floor with 6:48 to go. This is a Pool C encounter. Two teams that started with victories earlier on this morning and looking to maintain their unbeaten start. Here's some highlights of what has been a physical start to this encounter thus far. But Spain have a 6-3 lead over Canada. And after the Kenya-South Africa B game in the women, the Canadian and Spanish women will go at it in Pool B action. So just a flavour of what's to come in an hour's time. Ortega, he hit one earlier and this time gets a heat check. Higgins creates some space and goes to the glass. He was so deadly from that range this morning against Austria. As the shot clock was winding down for Lavadiera. Here is Higgins again. Shot clock at 7. Melamick. And that's too strong. And that goes out of bounds as a step check. And Lavadiera were going for it. Melamick can't get the ball to Higgins. Instead, Ortega has it. Ortega a 2. That's in and out, and it's loose. Lavadiera has it, and a whistle has gone just before Lavadiera was passing it out to Manuel Lorenzo. Garcia doesn't get the 1 point of the fall. Higgins goes to the foul line. Great pass to Melamick. Melamick rattles one in. 6-5 in favor of Spain. And again, the passing sublime from the Spanish, but an unsportsmanlike foul has been called. That's the second foul on Canada, so Spain will get the free throw. They'll also get Canada have got 3 fouls now to their name. There's Garcia here, who plays his basketball in Bilbao. Connects on the first. He'll get another one as well. And he makes them both. And Spain now have a 3-point cushion. Here is Higgins. And Another whistle is gone. Step chuck, here is Higgins. Higgins loses it, but retrieves. For the shoot, Higgins, shot clock winding down. Higgins buries the mid-range. And now off balance and getting it to go at the other side was Manuel Lorenzo. Past the halfway point here. It's been a cagey affair between these two wheelchair basketball powerhouses as they adjust to 3x3 competition. 9-6 in favour of the European giant Spain. Here is Higgins. For the shoot for Colin Higgins. Has to go somewhere. Finds a step chuck and just about gets it off and gets it to go. 2-point game. Lorenzo, and he restores 3-point clarity for Spain. Higgins. A step chuck. A step chuck gets that friendly roll. Both teams now, you feel the pace just quickening up a bit here as Lorenzo misses. Foul has actually been called on Spain, so that's 4 fouls now for Spain. Canada will go to the free throw line. Adrian Garcia not happy with the call, and Adrian Garcia's got to get out of the circle here because Canada have got to get this game going. And Colin Higgins has got to shoot his free throws. Misses the resulting foul shot, and there'll be possession now to Canada. 4:10 to play, and Canada a chance to tie the game or cut it to within 1. A step chuck was thinking about the 2, goes inside for the 1, doesn't get that to fall, and now it's getting a little chippy out there as Garcia hits the deck but quickly gets back up. Lavandiera. Melamic nearly got the steal. Here is Garcia. 5 to shoot for Spain. Lorenzo in and out, and Higgins collects the loose ball, and a chance again for Canada to reduce it within 1, but another foul as both teams now creeping towards the 6-team foul limit as we have a timeout on the floor. 3:42 to play in this Group C encounter. Spain lead Canada 10-8. Here are some of the highlights from a very physical contest, as we expected, between these two unbeaten teams so far in Group C. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone watching us on the IWBF YouTube channel. Great to have you all on board at this festival of 3x3 wheelchair basketball, the first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships here in Sun City, South Africa. Our local organising committee, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, doing an incredible job. The WBSA doing an incredible job in hosting this event. It's been a long time coming. There's a step chuck. Can't get the bank to open for him. Here is Ortega. Ortega looking to glide his way to the basket, ducking and weaving, but misses the midi. Here is Ostepchuk. Higgins. 5 to shoot. Ostepchuk at the elbow. Money. Here is Lavandiera. Goes to ground. Higgins with the steal. Canada get the ball, and it still has 10 to 8 on the scoreboard. Now Canada just hit a shot. Pretty sure that should be 10 to 9, but either way we continue on as Higgins misses the long two. And a whistle has gone. Spain at the foul line as Lavandiera makes the extra. We've been notified that the basket for Canada was actually cancelled for an earlier call as Ortega buries a two. 2:33 to play, 13 to 8 in favour of Spain. Well, we are up here in the gods. You need help every now and then, don't you? 2:26 to play. And both teams as well, also an interesting stat. Both teams on 5 fouls, so after the 6th foul, both teams could get free throws incoming, and that could play a factor. But right now, Spain good value for their 13 to 8 lead. Here is Higgins. Higgins, a Ostepchuk, tough layup, doesn't get it to fall. Ortega with the rebound. Ortega gliding his way to the cup, goes to the window and down. Ostepchuk. Ostepchuk still has it. Melimic is blocked by Ortega. And an unsportsmanlike foul has been called. And it's an unsportsmanlike on Garrett Ostepchuk. So Vincent Dallaire will come in. That's now 7 team fouls for Canada. And Spain get free throws from here on out. Leading 14 to 8, 1:41 to play. Now at the stripe. It's been a very physical contest, perhaps one of the more physical contests we've had here on this opening day of the 3x3 World Championships. As Adrian Garcia makes the second free throw, and Spain now up 15 to 8. Spain on 5 team fouls. Canada now over the 3x3 limit, so any foul from Canada will result in free throws for Spain. Here is Dallaire. Dallaire, why not? Doesn't get it to fall though. And Spain will get the ball back as we enter the final minute and 25 seconds in this game, and the whistle has gone. And as there was two unsportsmanlike fouls on Garrett Ostepchuk, Garrett Ostepchuk has actually been ejected from the contest. So now Canada going it alone with the three they have on the floor. Lee Melamick, Vincent Dallaire and Colin Higgins. There's Gerrit Stepchuk now in the backstage area as Higgins has the ball from the wing, buries a two. And they get the steal. Higgins again. Higgins again! Oh, it's game on now. Colin Higgins with back-to-back 2-pointers, and just like that, it's a 4-point game with 1:02 to play. As the 1-pointer is good from Lorenzo. What a sequence from Colin Higgins. Here is Dallaire. Dallaire in all kinds of space blows the layup. Ortega. Final 45 seconds. Ortega doesn't get the two to go. Higgins closely marked by Lorenzo. Lavandiera comes to meet him. Melamick, Dallaire. Dallaire delays the two, or delays the 1-pointer, and that'll be a shot clock violation. And Colin Higgins with back-to-back 2-pointers put Canada right in it, but it looks like Spain are going to weather the storm. As a timeout has been called on the floor. As we see some of the highlights from what has been a very chippy, very physical game. You expect that from these two wheelchair basketball powerhouses. Gerrit Stepchuk with 2 unsportsmanlike fouls ejected from the game. For the first time in these World Championships, both teams flirting with team fouls. Well, actually, Canada have 8 team fouls to their name, and Spain nearly over the allotted limit themselves. But Spain with 11.5 to play look as though they're going to get their second win of these World Championships in a hard-fought game here against the Canadians. Higgins misses the 2-pointer. That would have been his third of the game. And up next, it's the turn of the women as an all-African clash between Kenya and South Africa's B team will be underway shortly. But for now, this bruising encounter comes to a close, and Canada falls short. Spain beating Canada 18-12. But a fantastic game of basketball we have just seen. And up next, it's the women's turn to head to the stage. Kenya against South Africa B.
Up next, it is back to the ladies. Pool B, Game 3, between Kenya and South Africa's second team. Introducing, from Kenya, wearing jersey number 4, Joyce Ambassa. Wearing number 8, Rahel Akon Allah. And number 10, Caroline Wanjira. And wearing jersey number 12, Beth Wanja. Kenya. And introducing from South Africa, our second team, wearing jersey number 4, Samgelisiwe Mata. And number 7, Apilile Malisile.
Zukiswa Ganza, Ongezwa Hagu, and Afilili Hakusile, all out at the Under-25 World Championships. A lot of familiarity with each other. Again, much like Kenya, building on that experience, a group of players growing together, playing a lot of 5x5 and 3x3. As they are out on court to cheers from the crowd. There's so much support here for the team.
Give it up for South Africa.
As both teams ready for their first game of the tournament. So first possession is decided by a coin flip. The winner gets to decide whether they want to take the possession now at the start of the game or save it until a potential overtime, in which case they would have first possession in the overtime. Big thank you to everybody watching live on the IWBF YouTube channel. Remember to like and subscribe. We are bringing you all the action from across the games this weekend. We've got the group games today and tomorrow morning, and we'll move on to the knockout games tomorrow afternoon. But right now, out on court, it will be Kenya ball to start things off. As Ambassa has it at the top of the arc, looking to make some space. It's a 12-second shot clock, 10-minute games for anyone unfamiliar with 3x3. As South Africa steal the ball, can't quite keep it inside the lines, but that's a good start there. Good defense that we see from Ganza out on court for South Africa. So Kenya will have possession. 3x3 is the first to 21 points. Whoever is leading after 10 minutes of play. So ball is checked at the top of the arc. Ambassa. Shot doesn't go for Kenya. And to reset at the top of the arc. That was an out of bounds. South Africa not able to keep it inside the line, so Kenya will get it back. And back of pressure in the ball. Trying to come up with the steal, but we've got a 3-second call on Kenya. So South Africa will have possession. Both teams looking for their first score of the game. Agu, long shot is up, bounces off, ball's being chased down. Kenya come away with it. Ambassa through the hands, and Mbata will pick it up for South Africa. Looks to make some space. That's a tough shot, won't fall. Ball's out of bounds. Gonna go with Kenya. Their first time on a world stage. Really building the 3x3 and 5x5 game in the country. As Ambassa with 5 seconds runs into traffic. And the travel calls. South Africa will get it back. Ambassa, player that was out of the Commonwealth Games back in 2022, representing Kenya as he rolls to the basket. Too strong off the glass, picked up by South Africa, and another chance won't go. So Kenya will need to clear the ball behind the arc. Good defense there. And Barter again. Good hands, knocking the ball out of bounds. Very tough defender. Sankilasiwe and Barter for South Africa. See the way she's able to stop in front of her opponents to make it really difficult to get around. Hagu inside, shots off the rim, but Hagu's there for the rebound, puts it back in. And here's where Hagu cleaning up the glass and gets the first point of the game for South Africa. Kenya looking to answer here. And Barter finds Hagu. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Hagu, long shot, won't go that time. Kenya looking to get themselves on the scoreboard here. Ball's checked at the top of the arc. Ambassa has it for Kenya. Wanja inside, won't fall. Back with South Africa. And 3x3 such a fast-paced game, a 12-second shot clock. A lot of teams will tell you when they played 3x3 they learned so many different skills and so much that you can take back to the full court 5-on-5 game. Just being able to play with such a pace and keep up, you've got to be able to make those reads really quickly. We've got 7:38 to play here. Barter. And Barter hands off the ball. Hagu, her shot rolls off the rim. Ball's picked up by Ambassa. And that will just be a wheel out of bounds for Kenya. So South Africa will get it back. South Africa up 1-0 here. Barter. That's a tough shot, hands it back to Hagu. Hagu lines it up, just short. It's a good connection though between their teammates. Hagu coming up behind Mbata, knowing she needs some help. Passes back. She's also got the screen from Mbata, so good look there for South Africa. Didn't result in a score, but that's exactly what they're going to want to see out there on court, making those plays. Wanja passing inside on a fantastic finish there from Arkoth. Gets Kenya's first point of the game. So a time-out called. Teams will talk things over. We have no head coaches out there in 3x3. And you can see there the Kenyan supporters in the crowd having a great time watching their team, supporting the team. We've got lots of support out there. They'll enjoy watching that one back. So back on court, Arkoth. 3 seconds, and the shot looked like Hagu got a hand on that for South Africa there. Good defense from Hagu. She's been all over the court for South Africa, just doing a little bit of everything as she pops up the shot, rolls off the rim. Ball's out of play. It'll go back with South Africa. So Ambassa sets things up for the team as she takes the check ball. Ambassa over to... Oh, apologies, that's Ambassa. Over to Hagu. Hagu trying to chase it down, can't get there in time. Kenyan possession. Ambassa. Arkoff. Ball's loose on the floor, picked up by Kenya. Need to put something up. Shot clock will expire. Some good defense there from South Africa. Running the clock down. And we are tied at 1-1 here, just over 6 minutes to play. Hagu takes it for South Africa. Drops it inside, and that's good for Ganza. Zukiswa Ganza puts South Africa up 1. Need to clear the ball. They'll get it behind the arc. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, ball's going to go out of bounds. But what a shot that was from Zukiswa Ganza. After this game, we have the next Group B matchup between Canada and Spain. Kenya look to try and even the score. Wanjira high off the glass and in. And Caroline Wanjira ties the game for Kenya. It is 2-2 here at the Super Bowl. Hagu leading 2 under-25 World Championships for South Africa in 2019 and in 2023. In 2023, she was 3rd in the competition in rebounds per game. You can see why she's been showing that out on court here today. A really exciting young player on this South African team. As Hagu launches the long shot. Not that time. And Kenya now with a chance to go ahead on this possession. Wanjira. Arkoff. Arkoff two's off the rim. The ball goes out of bounds. Two teams that were playing at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 2022. Teams again that will have an eye on Glasgow in 2026 when the next Commonwealth Games takes place. 3x3 being a part of that as Hagu again hits for South Africa. She is on fire today for the team. Doing a bit of everything out there on court. Arkoff looks to answer and does! 3-3 here. 4:32 to play. Hagu for South Africa. This is inside. Pasha shot doesn't go. It's picked up by Arkoff. Ball's loose, racing down the court. You see there, and Mbata nearly got a hand on it. South Africa do come up with it as Hagu has it. She's been such a strong presence out there for the team. She's going to take it from the foul line. That's short, but chasing down her own rebound. Can she get it? Not quite, but you see the hustle. Mongizwa Hagu going after every single possession, chasing down those loose balls. We are tied at 3-3 here. Wanjira, and a foul called. This is the first foul of the game. That'll go against South Africa. And we'll have a timeout called, allows the teams to talk it over. So no head coach out there on the floor for the teams in 3x3. Head coaches will be working with them in practice, but the teams will be coaching themselves out there on court. And we can see there some of the baskets from earlier this game with both teams neck and neck here. 3-3, just under 4 minutes to go as they come back out on the court. Each team will be playing 3 group games before we move on to the knockout stages tomorrow and the placing games and finals and semi-finals on Sunday. So it's absolutely jam-packed full of action this weekend here in Sun City. You can follow along on the IWBF YouTube channel all weekend long. So we're back out on court, and Hachlisile steals the ball, finds Hagu, roll into the rim, and ball bounces in. And as she has done all game long, Ongizwa Hagu making it rain for South Africa. Look at the defense here from Hachlisile. Gets the ball. And will go off a wheel. It's picked up by Arkoff. Ball goes out of bounds, but Afilili Hachlisile, since she has been out on the court, look at this defense. Going after the steals, putting the pressure on, making it really difficult for Kenya to get a shot up. So we go again from the top of the arc. Hachlisile there again, another hand on the ball. Just a very, very disruptive defender. If she's not coming up with the steal, she's knocking the ball out of bounds, taking some time off the clock and forcing teams to have to reset. South Africa will have it. 3:19 to go. South Africa with a 1-point lead. Hagu against Arkoff. Hagu lines up a shot. Not that time. Picked up by Mbasa. Arkoff's shot doesn't fall. Mbasa with the rebound. Clears the ball for South Africa. It's a 1-point lead for South Africa. Hagu to the basket. Draws the foul. Hagu going to go to the foul line. She has been huge for South Africa this game. Represented the country at the first African Para Games in 2023 in 5x5, where she brought home a silver medal. And chases down her rebound after the free throw. We get another look here. Spins, puts it up. Too strong. Kenya looking to tie on this possession, down one. Wanjira. That's short. Ball's tipped. Kenya have it on offense. And a whistle. Oh, a shot clock violation before. So ball needs to hit the rim for the shot clock to reset. So didn't on that possession. Ball bounced into the hands of Kenya, but needs to hit the rim. So South Africa will have it. Hagu. Miscommunication on the pass as it goes out of bounds. Will be Kenya ball. Both teams will be playing later on today in the evening session, playing their second games of the day as Arkoff. No good. South Africa with the rebound. Arkoff jumps in and a jump ball will be called. So South Africa take it from the top. South Africa, their team manager, Coach Panyana, doing an absolutely fantastic job with the team. She's been working on and off the court to develop players and help take them to the next level. Hagu passing inside and Mbasa. And South Africa now up 2 with just over 1:40 to play. Arkoff answers for Kenya, cuts it to a 1-point game. Mbasa rolling inside. Shot's too strong. Ball's going to go out of bounds, so Kenya will have it. And it is a 1-point game, just a single possession here. Wanjira finds Arkoff. And ball goes out of bounds. South Africa get it back. You can see there on your screens the cheers from the South African contingent. Their team A in Group A cheering the team on from the sidelines. Great to see the support out there. Mbata finds Hagu inside. Hagu, not that time. Mbata. Wandera will take it for Kenya. Arkoff using the screen from Mbasa, and Hagu with another rebound for South Africa. Back to Hagu, and a 3-second call inside, so Kenya will get it back. We've got 56.1 seconds to play. Kenya are down 1. These teams have been neck and neck throughout this game. Really evenly matched. Kenya a chance to tie here as Mbasa picks up the ball. Arkoff has it. Time running down. Arkoff won't fall. Another rebound for Hagu. She's all over the boards today. Dishes into Mbata. Back to Hagu, and 24-second violation. So back with Kenya. They have time here. Need a basket to tie. Arkoff lines it up, and not that time. Picked up by Mbata. Hagu. South Africa in control here. 5 seconds. Hagu will put it up, and off the rim. Kenya will get one more chance here. Oh, it's intercepted. South Africa take the ball away with time running down. And great defense there from Mbata. Steals the ball back for South Africa. 0.9 seconds on the clock. Kenya will need to put something up as soon as they catch it, and that will do it. South Africa with a 1-point win, 5-4 over Kenya. A huge win for them in their opening game here in Group B. Both teams will go again later today. South Africa will be playing Spain at 8:40 local time this evening, and Kenya will go up against Canada at 5:20.
Congratulations!
So congratulations to South Africa, their first win in Group B, and a huge game from Ngazwa Hagu, doing a bit of everything out on the floor for South Africa. So up next, it will be Canada and Spain. We'll be back with that very shortly.
It is the ladies from Canada taking on Team Spain. And introducing from Canada, you've got wearing jersey number 4, Eloise Tessier.
So up next, we have Canada against Spain. Canada coming out onto court wearing white today. They feature 3 players who won gold in 3x3 at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 2022. Elodie Tessier, Tamira Steeves and Katie Dandino, alongside Puissant Lee, a very experienced team with players who've all played at last year's Paris Paralympics in 5x5. They finished in 4th place, their best finish in 2 decades. So a well-drilled team, a team very familiar with each other. They've got those connections, they've spent the time together, and are really building together in 3x3.
At jersey number 6, Sonia Ruiz.
And coming out onto court, it is Spain playing in red. They also have all 4 players who represented the country in Paris last year in 5-on-5, a team that have played together for many years in the 5x5 game. And Spain won the very first women's 3x3 Europe Cup in Austria last year, where the IWBF and FIBA integrated the running and wheelchair basketball Europe Cup. Sonia Ruiz and Sara Revuelta bringing home the gold for Spain in that competition. They're out on court with Virginia Perez and Isabel Lopez. So this is a really exciting matchup. A lot of people have been talking about this one. This is 2 powerhouses going at each other out there on court in Group B. So to start things off, it will be Canada ball. You can see out on court both teams with some height out there, Perez and Dandino. And we're underway as Dandino moving around the outside. She is a dangerous player from everywhere out on court as Tessier gets things started for Canada. Revuelta. Ruiz lines it up and pops out. Dandino with the rebound, takes it for Canada. Tessier into Steves. Steves rolls to the hoop. Count it. And the foul. Tamara Steves with a tough circus shot behind the head, high off the glass. Gets it to go and goes to the foul line. It's a 2-0 Canada lead. Tamara Steves, a 4-time Paralympian in London, Rio, Tokyo and Paris. Doesn't get the free throw to go, but she will knock the ball out of bounds. And those kind of plays, Steves there doesn't come up with the steal, but disruptive. She's a very disruptive defender. It means your opponent has to reset, just throws you out of a rhythm. You can stop the breaks, stop the runs. And Steves very, very good at doing that for Canada. Now, so the referees are just going to check something with the table. We do also have an instant replay system in play, so referees can always check something if they need to. If we're checking for a shot, if it counted after the shot clock, if there's any kind of unclarity about that. So looks like there may be an issue with the score sheet that they're looking at here on the table. Dandino talking with the table, so we'll see if that gets cleared up. But a big thank you to everybody watching live here on the IWBF YouTube channel. We have got an absolutely fantastic weekend for you, full of 3x3 action. We're here in Group B for Canada and Spain, as Lopez takes it and makes it, gets Spain on the scoreboard. Tessier swings it to Dandino. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Dandino working against Lopez. That is going to be a matchup to watch, as Spain will get it back. Lopez has the mismatch. Shots up. Too strong though. But picked up by Revuelta and popped back in the basket. 2-2. Tessier over to Steves. Steves banks it in. Spain take a 1-point lead. Ball will go out of bounds. And Ruiz will take it for Spain. Lopez. Shot doesn't fall. Ball's not able to be kept inside by Spain. Canada will have it. And both teams in 3x3, they have a substitute player on the sideline. Teams can call the substitutions themselves. As there's no head coach. Teams are coaching themselves as Dandino dishes inside to Steves. That connection, those two players have played together for such a long time. They know instinctively where they're going to be. Watch for that roll to the basket, as Steves has been showing us all throughout the first 2 minutes of this game. As a whistle on the play, a foul will be called. That will go against Spain. Both teams on one team foul so far. So Isabel Lopez will be at the foul line for a shot. Lopez has played in Europe, played in Italy. Got experience playing at the European and World Championships as the free throw rolls off the rim. And knocked away by Perez, but it's picked up by Canada. A chance to increase their lead here. Tessia to the basket. Not that time. And Spain have a chance here to cut into this 2-point lead. We'll see Perez check into the game as Lopez heads to the bench. Ruiz to Perez. Perez with a long two off the rim. Rebound to Spain, another chance on offense. Inside to the cutting Revuelta, doesn't fall. Dandino with the board. Tessia back to Dandino. Dandino thought about it from the elbow, needs to put something up. She does. It's short, can't save it inside the lines, so Spain will have possession. Perez for Spain. Long shot off the rim. Dandino has it. Inside to Tessia. Rolls off the rim. That was a great cut. You can see what Canada are going for there. Looking for that not to drop. As that is good for Revuelta. Splashes in the shot. Brings Spain back within one. Steves, again, it's that roll to the basket. Tamara Steves, scoop layup. Doesn't fall, but she is such a dangerous player, able to find that lane to the basket. Ruiz, round to Lopez. Perez. Apologies, that is Perez shooting as Tessia grabs the rebound for Canada. Launches to Dandino. Dandino under the hoop. And Spain go back up 2. Ruiz. Perez. Won't fall, but Revuelta chases down the rebound, blocked by Dandino. And Dandino spinning on the baseline. Looking to find a path to the basket. Tessia is there and will finish for Canada. Ball's knocked away by Dandino. And we will have a timeout called. You can see the presence, the dominance of Katie Dandino out there on court. An incredibly accomplished player. Playing in Spain this season for ADM Econ Gran Canaria. Was playing in the Champions Cup this year and led Eurocup 1 finals in points per game with 23.6. She is a scorer, as you can see right there on your screen, doing what she does best, scoring the basketball for Team Canada. Coming up after this game, we will have the Group A men's games. John Hobbs will be back with you for those. Kenya against the United Arab Emirates. That will take place at 3:40 today. But back out on court here, we have 5:57 to play. Canada up 3 against Spain. Spain ball. Lopez. Shots up. Not that time. Tessier with the rebound. Looks for a way to the basket. Comes up against Revuelta. Has to back it down. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Ball's knocked away, and a shot clock violation. Strong defense there from Spain coming right out of that timeout. That is exactly what they will have wanted to see. Putting the pressure on, getting the stop, gets them a chance here to cut into this lead as Revuelta rolls to the rim. Tessia on the baseline. Dandino. Oh, dishes back in. Ball will just go out of bounds, but just a touch pass there from Dandino to get over the defense. Puissant Lai having checked in for Canada. Lopez over the outstretched arm of Dandino. Won't fall, but Lai chasing down the ball for Canada. Tessia spinning near the free throw line, looking to get free. Dandino, long shot off the back iron, falls into her own hands, and foul on the floor. You see the presence of mind there. Dandino weaving around the defense, puts herself in a position to get that rebound. She is so instinctive when that ball goes up in the air. We've seen players do this throughout today, really able to read that bounce. Such a skill out there on the court as Dandino. That one won't go, but Ruiz will find Lopez under the basket. Foul was on the floor. Basket won't count. It will be Spain possession. So both teams on 2 fouls. Lopez, extra pass off the rim. Dandino has it for Canada. Tessia looks for some space. 2 seconds. Long pass to Dandino. Time will run down. And again, another good defensive stance there from Spain. Coming out of that timeout a minute or so ago, they've really turned up the intensity defensively, causing Canada to run down the shot clock and have to take a difficult shot at the end of it. Lopez from the mid-range spins out. 2-point Canada lead. Dandino. Tessia up against Lopez. Back to Dandino in the middle, and violation. So basket does not count. That was after the 12 seconds. Spain again, a chance to go into this lead. As Lopez's shot rims out. Dandino has it, and can't get the bounce. Revuelta from the foul line, won't fall. Canada with a rebound, out to Tessia. Lai. Dandino with 2 seconds, 1 second, puts it up and in. Katie Dandino beats the buzzer for Canada. Three-point Canada lead. Ruiz passing inside will just go out of bounds. And we'll have a timeout. So a 7-4 lead for Canada over Spain. 3:18 to play. You can see there, Katie Dandino splashes the ball in the basket. Has such a great shot. As I said before, dangerous from anywhere out there on court. You want her to roll to the basket, get the layup. She can do that. She can shoot from deep. She can shoot from the mid-range. An incredibly accomplished player. A 2-time Paralympian in Tokyo and Paris. Playing in Paris, she led the competition in steals and was second in points per game with 23. She had 2 triple-doubles as well. Was also the first Canadian player ever to record a triple-double, which she did in the final of the Parapan American Games in 2019. So no triple-doubles in 3x3, but that's what she loves to do in 5x5 as Puisand Lee gets the basket for Canada. Puisand Lai, my apologies. And a shot bounces out for Spain. Dandano. Dandano looking to get to the basket, gets bumped on the floor, so foul is against Spain. That's the third on Spain. So in 3x3 there is no limit to personal fouls. Team fouls, once we hit 7 team fouls for an individual team, it will be 2 shots, but neither team in any kind of difficulty at the moment. Dandano from deep, not that time. Ruek working to get free, and foul goes against Canada. That puts them on 3 fouls. It's an 8-4 Canada lead over Spain. 2:38 to go. Perez from deep, hits it! And Virginia Perez, a big shot there from Spain. The long range shot, we know she can hit those, but how big a shot coming for that right now for Spain. Dandano fading away, sinks it. Dandano looks to have an answer for everything Spain are throwing at Canada. And that will be a 24-second violation. Canada get it back, a chance to increase this lead. It is their first to 21, or whoever is leading after 10 minutes in 3x3 here, as Dandano too strong, and Spain with another chance here. Ruek finds Perez. Perez over the outstretched arm of Steves, backing down. Oh, what a basket! Virginia Perez with such a tough shot over the outstretched arm of Steves. Dandano weaves her way inside. Count that, and the foul, and Katie Dandano will go to the line, and a chance to increase this Canada lead. Such a strong finisher at the basket. Dandano, a player that's spoken about 3x3, the need to make those quick reads. You've got to keep up with the pace. As free throw doesn't drop. It's a 10-7 lead for Canada. Dandano drops it inside to Tessia. That's good. Canada stretching out the lead here, but Perez won't fall. Dandano has the rebound. 2 seconds, putting something up at the end of the clock, and again, Katie Dandano beats the buzzer once again for Canada. Perez can't answer. Tessier has the rebound. Steves back to Dandano. Final minute of the game. Dandano, and fouled on the shot. Katie Dandano has such a high IQ, able to draw the whistle. She positions herself in her chair so well, able to take that contact as well. A lot of the time, as we just did before, you will see her finish through the contact, but before she goes to the foul line, we will have a timeout. So a 12-7 Canada lead here over Spain. 49.6 seconds to go. Canada will go again against Kenya in the evening session at 5:20. Spain playing South Africa at 8:40. And then teams have one more group game tomorrow morning before we move on to the knockout stages. The semi-finals, finals and placing games will take place on Sunday, all live all on the IWBF YouTube channel. So Dandino at the foul line for Canada, looking to increase this lead. Started playing wheelchair basketball 10 years ago in 2015. And free throw is good. So another point for Canada. Spain possession. Ruiz. Perez works against Dandino. 3 seconds. Perez from deep. That was close. Gets it back. Perez long 2. Chased down by Canada. Final 30 seconds of the game. Dandino has it for Canada. Steves has space. Shot rolls off the rim. And Revuelta can't get it to go for Spain. Tessia to Dandino. Dandino backing away. And Katie Dandino scoring at will today for Canada. And that will do it. Canada take their first win of the tournament, 14-7 over Spain in Group B. A huge performance from Katie Dandino, shooting the lights out here in Sun City. So both teams going again in the evening session, but a big win there for Canada in Group B. So coming up next, it is the men's Group A game between Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. In just a few minutes' time, John Hobbs will be with you for that game.
Up next, it's back to the gentlemen. Onto the floor we will have Kenya versus the UAE. And introducing the man from Kenya, wearing jersey number 4, Caleb Odio. Coming in at number 5, Itaken Timoy. Coming in at number 7, Milton Ilahu. And number 14, Robert Kimoto Fugi. Give it up for Kenya. And now, coming in from the UAE, at number 10, Alasbin Mohammed. At number 15, Ramzan Murad Jassim. At number 23, Al-Nabi Mansour. And to complete the squad at number 69, Al-Hafsi Mohammed Hashal.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Sun City here in South Africa, and we are set for Kenya against the United Arab Emirates in Group A. Kenya, who lost earlier on this morning in the first game of today to Egypt, take on the United Arab Emirates. currently 1-1 in Group A. So Kenya with Caleb Adio, Itiken Tamoy, Milton Ilahoya and Robert Kimatho. And for the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed Al-Hashmi, Mohammed Al-Hebzi, Mansour Al-Nakbi and Jasim Ramzan. There are the United Arab Emirates. Started off with a victory. Earlier on, they lost out narrowly to Egypt just before lunchtime. In Kenya, just the one game that they played this morning in the first game, losing out to Egypt. So there will be a little bit of a game delay at the moment. We will start in just a few minutes' time, but we welcome you everyone to Sun City. Here, the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships, and it's been a fantastic, action-packed first day in both the men's and the women's game. A big shout out to our event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, in particular Jerry Smith, who was the organiser of this event alongside many members of Wheelchair Basketball South Africa. As we look at the men's groups, there is Group A, Great Britain, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Croatia and Kenya comprising Group A. Group B, Australia, Poland, South Africa, Malaysia and Slovenia. And you see there Group C, just a 4-team group in Group C, Spain, Canada, Austria and Portugal. Of course, all teams have now played at least one game thus far. As you see this stunning backdrop, and over on the other side you see the practice courts where currently Egypt and Great Britain are warming up. Of course, following on from this game, we will have Great Britain and Egypt. That is scheduled to tip off just after 4 p.m. local time. As we have the coin toss right in front of you, as Kenya and United Arab Emirates will now look to get their game underway. Kenya 0-1, United Arab Emirates 1-1 in Pool A at the moment. There are our referees, hard-working officials from all over the world descending upon South Africa for these first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships. And over 30 international technical officials from 20 different countries as well, making this a tournament to remember, and hopefully these two teams will give us a game to remember as we are underway. Kenya will get us started. And here is Itiken Tamoy. Adio gets it to go with the one-pointer. So Kenya off and running. 1 pointer no good under the basket from Ramzan. Here is Tamoy. Adio fading away. That would have been an impressive make had he got that. But instead, it's a shot clock violation. Of course, it's a 12-second shot clock here in 3x3 basketball, allowing for a faster pace, more exciting flow to this 3x3 format as the United Arab Emirates get off the mark with the Ramzan. risky pass there from Robert Kimothu. And the first team foul for Kenya in this one. Ramzan inside Al-Nakbi. Bit too much English, bit too much spin on that layup. And here is Tamoy. It's again Tamoy to Caleb Odio. Odio with the mid-range, gets it. And now Kenya up 2-1 as Ramzan, a 3-second violation has been called on the UAE, so Kenya will get the ball back. Tamoy. Tamoy's mid-range is no good. Ramzan. Ramzan now attacking the basket. Strong take and the finish. Kimothu. Kimothu with one to shoot. Got to put it up here. And there'll be another shot clock violation. Kenya had a couple of them in the early going in their first game against Egypt. But they've started a little brighter here against the United Arab Emirates. But last few possessions have not gone their way. Ramzan. Ramzan will go for the shot, and that cannot fall. It just trickled out. Here is Odio. Odio with the two-pointer. That comes off to the right, gets his own rebound, and a whistle has gone. Tamoy. It's again Tamoy, who has represented Kenya all over Africa, and a first for him, the number 5, representing his nation proudly on the world stage. But right now, Kenya are trailing for the first time in this contest, 3-2, as we near the 3-minute mark of this game. All games 10 minutes long, first to 21, or whoever's leading at the conclusion of 10 minutes. Ilahoya from the elbow, that's off the back iron and rebounded by Al-Nakbi. Great to see also a lot of Kenya fans representing on the IWBF YouTube channel. Welcome to the world stage. Right now they're doing your country proud. They are trailing though 4-2, but the hustle, the fight is there from the team in white right now. Here is Ilahoya for Kenya, and an offensive foul has been called as Robert Kimotho adjudged to have fouled Al-Nakbi. And we have a timeout on the floor, and right now the United Arab Emirates settling into a groove, leading 4-2 over Kenya, who started the game quite well with a couple of shot clock violations, couple of turnovers have resulted in their counterparts taking a 2-point lead. See some highlights here as Jassim Ramzan getting the two inside. United Arab Emirates, as said, started a bit slowly, but are starting to find their groove a little bit as 3 minutes have passed in this game. Of course, following on from this, we have our second Pool A game as Great Britain look to bounce back after defeat to Croatia. They take on the undefeated Egyptian team, who are 2-0 right now in Pool A, as the ball will trickle out of bounds. Ramzan. Ramzan still has it. Shot clock at 6. Goes closer to the basket, fading away. Looked to go off the window, but couldn't get that to go. Great hustle from Ilahoya, but couldn't get the ball. Here is Al Nakbi. 5 to shoot for the United Arab Emirates. Al Nakbi at 2. Ball is loose. Ball is still loose. It will go out of bounds. Ramzan. And Al-Hassi gets it. Al-Habzi with the 2 inside. Or with the 1 inside. And the 2-pointer on the way and no good. The ball will go out of bounds. And the UAE will get it back. Great cut to the basket. And the finish from Ramzan. Sublime off-ball movement and a deserved finish as Itakan Tamoy's pass goes right out of bounds. Ramzan. Al-Habzi. And right now the United Arab Emirates are moving up the gears here. They lead 7-2. As Dio misses what would have been a 1-pointer. Al-Nakbi. Ramzan, great ball movement from the UAE and a foul called and a free throw will come. As Mohammed Al-Habzi will go to the stripe. Al-Habzi, who is a really hard-working player at both facets of the game, both offensively and defensively. A coach's dream, no doubt about it, as he missed the free throw, but on the follow was Mansour Al-Nakbi. Dio can't get the shot to fall for Kenya, who after a strong start have conceded 7 straight points right now to the UAE. Al-Nakbi looking to extend it further and does. They're up 9-2 as we enter the halfway point of this contest. Dio at 2, that misses everything with the shot clock winding down. And a fresh 12 put on for the UAE, who look to improve to 2-1 here in Pool A. Ramzan can't get it to fall. Dio the rebound. And the ball hasn't cleared the perimeter, so they've got to take it out. 3 to shoot, now they can. Dio, a long 2, banks it home. Right now they need a few of them. Trailing by 5. As Caleb Dio, a well-established para-sports coach, as well as wheelchair basketball player. Kimothu grazes the rim with that long 1-pointer. Al-Nakbi, that's no good. Itaken Tamoy with the rebound. Tamoy still has it. Here is Dio. Dio again throwing it up and nearly got it again. This time it rims out. Al-Nakbi, a little easy shot under the hoop. And the UAE will get the ball back. Ramzan, Al-Nakbi again. And he is just on fire right now. He's doing the damage for the United Arab Emirates. Here is Caleb Dio. Ramzan. Goes to the foul line, puts it up, doesn't get it to fall, hits the back iron. But again, the United Arab Emirates will get it back. And it does a victory lap and rolls in from Al Nakbi. Kimotho. Adio. Around 7 or 8 feet. And that will go out of bounds. And we have a timeout on the floor. The United Arab Emirates comfortable, leading 12-4 right now. They trailed early doors in the first few possessions, but since then, the United Arab Emirates have found their groove, found a rhythm, and have exploited Kenya's defensive frailties as we see the highlights of what we have seen thus far. Great Britain and Egypt will follow this game, and then we will see Slovenia taking on South Africa. Australia, Poland will conclude the men's next session before the women take over at 5:20 local time. Ramzan along the baseline, in and out. Al Nakbi again gets the offensive board, gets another bite of the cherry and a foul. Right now, that man right there, Mansour Al Nakbi, has been outstanding for the United Arab Emirates. Has really led the charge ever since Kenya took a 2-1 lead early doors. He has been the man who has led the UAE, and they now have a 10-point lead with 2:39 remaining. And the score there from Milton Ilahoya, and he uses his social platform to inspire others around Africa, such as participating in last year's World AIDS Day half marathon, the Kenya number 7. The UAE will get the ball back. 2:12 remaining. Al Nakbi. Who else? But he's long with that baseline shot. Here is Kimothu. Kimothu into trouble. 3 to shoot. Ilahoya. This is the long one. Hits the top of the backboard, and the United Arab Emirates come up with it. Al Nakbi looking inside for Ramzan, who gets it to go. Ilahoya. Again, shot clock down to 3. Ilahoya in no man's land, still gets it up, but can't get the shot to fall. Ramzan, too easy. And the United Arab Emirates look to improve to 2-1 here. They're 17-5 to the good, 1:17 remaining. And for the good start Kenya had, unfortunately the finish has not been reciprocated, and it's all about how you finish in, not just in wheelchair basketball, but in sport in general. Milton Ilahoya misses the free throw. Al Nakbi with the rebound. Ramzan. Al Nakbi, shot clock at 1. Al Nakbi airballs the 2-pointer. Good defense there from Kenya. But with 1:04 remaining, Kenya, they need miracles, and they need them almost immediately. And again, the shot clock down to 2. And a two-pointer is good from Milton Ilahoya. But it looks to be a foregone conclusion now as Al Nakbi inside to Ramzan. Ramzan creates some space and puts it down. 18-7 in favour of the United Arab Emirates. That was a one-pointer from Ilahoya. And it looks like the United Arab Emirates are almost set to let the shot clock run down to as little time as possible. Ramzan with one to shoot, and that will fall. Still a little bit of time left for the shot clock to go as Ilahoya makes the one-pointer inside. A two-pointer is no good, but that'll do it, and the United Arab Emirates will come away with a 19-8 victory over Kenya. Kenya dropped to 0-2 in Group A, and the United Arab Emirates improved to 2-1. Coming up next, Great Britain will take on Egypt. That will tip off momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Pool A, Game 4, between the Great Britain and the man of Egypt. And introducing first, Great Britain. Head number 4, Caleb Sloan. And number 6,
Well, we welcome you back to Sun City here in South Africa for the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. And up next, it's Great Britain taking on Egypt. Great Britain 0-1 at the moment, losing out to Croatia. And Egypt currently 2-0 victories over Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. There are the Great Britain fans who have made the long trip to South Africa.
Coming in at number 4, Toba Nafdi.
As Egypt will now be introduced, as they are currently unbeaten in Group A. Tuba Nagdi, Mohamed Adelaziz, Ashraf Ammar and Magdi Abbas. Of course, for Great Britain, as they were introduced earlier, Finley Erskine, Ben Leach, Callum Sloan and Finley Tonner. Of course, after this game, we will see Slovenia take on South Africa, the host nation. South Africa desperate to get a first win in the books against Slovenia. the newcomers to the world stage. They are warming up as we speak, as both teams exchange handshakes and we get set to start this game. Great Britain in white, Egypt in red. Ben Leach comes along, as does Ashraf Anmar. And it will start with Egypt. We were looking to get started, but one of the IWBF staff kind of beat the cameraman to it, and now we can officially get underway. So we're being told that there is a couple of minutes delay again before the start of this game, but play will commence momentarily. So both teams just warming up, and we welcome everyone on the IWBF YouTube channel here to Sun City. First ever IWBF 3x3 World Championships held for the first time here in South Africa. A big shout out and big thank you to our event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, our global partners, RGK Wheelchairs, who of course provide a dedicated on-site repair station just behind the practice courts. Of course, 3x3 basketball, a key development focus for the IWBF, an aim of creating more opportunities for athletes and nations to engage with the game. Of course, the more established 5-on-5 tournament gears up for the World Championships next year in Ottawa. Of course, if you are a resident in our Americas, in South America and in North America, the IWBF Copa America will be taking place in Bogota, Colombia. So lots of exciting wheelchair basketball action to look forward to, and you could follow it all on the IWBF YouTube channel, so don't forget to like, share and subscribe to this wonderful channel, your premier destination for all wheelchair basketball. But for now, Egypt will get underway, and they will have the first possession against Great Britain. Here is Abbas, and Abbas with the pass and the finish inside from Abdelaziz. Egypt off and running here against Great Britain, who lost earlier on to Croatia, 0-1 here in Group A. Leach gets the block on Abdelaziz, 5 to shoot still. Anmar puts it in, and it's 2-0 in favour of Egypt. Leach somehow gets it, and just about gets it to go. Almost looked like the ball slipped out of his hands, but he still had it. Abdelaziz goes to the window. And Egypt right now 3-1 up. Early doors on Great Britain. Tonner. Here is Leach. Leach from the mid-range. That's no good. Ball will go out of bounds, and it will be an Egypt ball. A warm welcome to all of our great fans in Egypt and, of course, in Great Britain. Watching the first ever 3x3 World Championships here in Sun City. Here is Anmar. Anmar doesn't get that to fall. Here is Leach. Shot clock at 2. And Tonner with the elbow shot. Abdelaziz, great ball movement there from Abbas. He can't get it to fall though. Leach with the rebound. Tonner back to Leach over 2 Egyptian defenders. And he doesn't get it to fall. And Mohamed Abdelaziz with the rebound. Still has it. 5 to shoot. Abbas, what a fake and the finish. Faked Finley Tonner out and got the ball to drop as Leach gets it to go. And points flying in from both teams. 4 to 3 in favour of Egypt. Abbas, a good 2-point shooter, but on this occasion it hit the back iron. Finley Erskine into the game for Great Britain. Airballs his first attempt. Abdelaziz with the loose ball. Goes to the foul line, goes a bit closer. Not even contested, but he misses the 1-pointer. And here is Erskine. Erskine's pass is dispossessed by Magdi Abbas. Anmar misses the 1-pointer from the baseline. Erskine. Erskine still has it. He'll put it up, and that's short. Such an effortless release on his shot, Finley Erskine, but so far 0 of 2. Magdi Abbas, great defense there from Finley Tonner. And he gets the ball back. Callum Sloan for support. Tonner doesn't need him, and we're all tied up at 4. Abbas. Beautiful pass, Anmar. Great basketball from Egypt. What a finish from Abdelaziz. Erskine misses inside. Egypt up by 1, looking to extend it further. Abdelaziz again, he's having himself a ball game. Erskine under the hoop, can't get it. Abbas. 5 to shoot for Egypt. Abbas in all kinds of space. Don't want to leave a player like him open from long range. He will fire them up, but he missed on that occasion as Erskine comes out, Leach comes back in. Tuba Nagdi on the sidelines currently for Egypt. 4 minutes have been played, plus a bit of change as Tonner misses. Abdelaziz did well to collect that and put it in. Egypt's offense right now has been dazzling. Leach. And he rattles one in. Just what GB needed. Now they need a stop. Right now, Egypt offensively are in a flow. But that's good defense from Finley Tonner. Just what GB wanted. As the women's team cheer on their countrymen on the court. And we have a timeout on the floor. And Egypt lead Great Britain 7-5. As we see some highlights. Great Britain still in this. 0-1 currently in Pool A. Looking to bounce back here. Egypt currently 2-0. Great Britain will get us back underway out of the timeout. Leach way off with that midi. Abbas, beautiful pass. Adil Aziz in the right place at the right time. Makes all the right cuts at all the right moments. Abbas, here is Anmar who puts it in. And right now, Egypt out of the timeout on all cylinders right now as they lead 9-5. Need to get it out of the perimeter because Great Britain still haven't done that. 4 to shoot. Great Britain will keep it, but they have 4 on the shot clock. Leach, got to put it up, puts up a 2. And that would have been a 1-pointer actually, had that have dropped. Two-pointer on the way, no good from Abbas. And Abbas got the steal on Tono, and the ball goes out of bounds. Great Britain will keep it. As Finley Erskine comes back into the game, and then Leach will come out. Here is Erskine. Erskine gets it back. Catch and shoot, buries it. The referee's just going to deliberate as to whose ball that will be out of that 1-pointer from Finley Erskine. And the ball went out of bounds and off an Egypt player, so Great Britain will have it. Here is Erskine again. Erskine, well, why not? Goes for a back-to-back scores, but can't get it on that attempt. As Amran doesn't get that to go. Ashraf Anmar for Egypt. Here is Erskine. 3 to shoot for Great Britain. Ball is bobbed out of bounds, and there'll be a shot clock violation. And a timeout has been called on the floor with 3:37 remaining, and it's getting a little bit chippy out there right now, but Egypt still hold a 9-6 advantage. Great to have everyone on board the IWBF YouTube channel for our first ever IWBF 3x3 World Championship, the first global tournament for wheelchair basketball with this 3x3 format, as we will crown a first ever world champion here in wonderful South Africa. As Egypt get us back underway, and Adil Aziz misses the mid-range. Here is Erskine, and a 3-second violation has been called on Finley Tonner. Not happy with that. The majority of the Great Britain players made up of players that are representing Scotland, many of whom have played with the Lothian Phoenix program back in the United Kingdom. As Egypt get the ball back. 2 in it with a 1-pointer in and out from Ashraf Anmar. Here is Erskine, too strong. And Magdi Abbas gets the rebound. Abdul Abbas gets past Sloan, lays it up and in. And now Egypt lead by 4 with 2:57 to play. And another timeout called on the floor as we look at the highlights so far of this contest. Egypt, good value for their 4-point lead as they look to drop Great Britain to 0-2 and improve themselves to 3-0. Following on from this, we will have a Group B encounter between Slovenia and South Africa. And following on from that will be Australia against Poland, the 2 unbeaten teams in Pool B. Tonna under all sorts of pressure. He wants a foul. But Egypt get the ball. And Finley Tonna instead fouls Toba Nagdi. A little bit of frustration perhaps from the GB number 9. Abbas at the top. He'll have no hesitation of putting it up, but struggling from beyond the arc. A good 2-point shooter, good long-range shooter. There's Nagdi Abbas. Leach trying to find a hole in the defense for Egypt. Egypt get the ball back. And with 2:15 remaining, and another score, this time Adil Aziz putting it in, and a turnover for Great Britain. And Egypt up by 5, a chance to lead by 6 or maybe even 7. Adil Aziz having himself an absolute ball game. He is a living, breathing firework out there. As Leach misses the long one, he'll get the ball back and the whistle is gone. And that's only the first foul of this game for Egypt. Great Britain also on 1 foul. Here is Unmar. He'll go for 2. That's off the back iron. That could have been a potential dagger hit that had that have gone in. As Tonna off balance gets the shot to fall. 12-7. Abbas driving to the cup and gets it to go. 13-7, 1 minute and 13 to play. Shot from Tonna grazes the rim right into the hands of the Great Britain women's team. As Finley Erskine comes in, Ben Leach checks out. And Adil Aziz couldn't find, could barely get the ball there as Erskine has it. Tonna fighting for it as Erskine gets to the cup and scores. Only Tonna was fighting with it with Tuba Nagdi, but the game clock is winding down. Turnover for Egypt again. But right now, Great Britain, they need a couple of 2s right now to really make this a ball game. It's now or never really for GB, who are in danger of dropping to 0-2. They need a 2-pointer. That's a 1-pointer for Leach. Tonna fighting for it with Adil Aziz. To shoot inside. Tonna gets the reverse layup to fall, but with 19 seconds left right now, Egypt in the ascendancy and looking good value to collect their 3rd win here in Group A. Here is Tonna with 5 to shoot. Tonna with another reverse layup and a foul, but with 1.7 to play. Great Britain trailing 13-10. Finley Tonna, who has international experience with the Great Britain side. It's just an object on the floor, which is quickly picked up. As South Africa and Slovenia warm up on the courts behind here. Tonna will get another free throw attempt. In and out, and that will do it. Egypt have beaten Great Britain 13-10. Egypt now move on to 3-0 in Pool A. Great Britain dropped to 0-2. And coming up next, it'll be Slovenia taking on South Africa, the host nation. As both teams looking for their first win here in these World Championships. We'll leave you with the highlights as Egypt beat Great Britain 13-10. We'll be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next on the dance floor, we've got the men from Slovenia taking on South Africa. And introducing, coming in from Slovenia, wearing jersey number 3, Haris Kunazovic. Coming in wearing number 5, Milan Snaplitava. Wearing jersey number 24, Robbie Bojanek. And completing the squad at number 77.
Welcome back to Sun City. We're getting set for our Group B encounter between Slovenia and the host nation, South Africa. Both teams wanting to get their first wins of these World Championships. South Africa narrowly losing out to Malaysia and then losing at lunchtime to Poland. Slovenia losing earlier on this morning to Poland. They lost that game 21-10. As the South Africans come onto the floor, our host nation. So for Slovenia, Haris Kutasevich, Milan Slapnisha, Simon Granshar, Robbie Bojanec, and David Sokorats. For South Africa, Gift Moketsi, Zakele Shalembe, Bola Yalezu, and Shane Williams. There they are, the host nation, South Africa. course, we have one more men's game taking place before it restarts again just after 6 o'clock local time. Australia taking on Poland. There'll be a Pool B encounter. And then the women restart their session as Canada take on Kenya. Of course, Caroline Casbullock guiding you through the women's tournament, and I am John Hobbs taking you through the men's tournament. 14 teams comprising of 3 groups, and this is a Group B encounter between the newcomers to the world stage, Slovenia against South Africa, whose under-23 side made a lot of friends and had a lot of fun in Brazil as they came in a respectable 11th place, securing their first wins of the tournament since 2013. And the 3x3 side here warming up would like to get a win in front of their home audience here in Sun City, located just outside of Rustenburg, northwest of Johannesburg. We're on the northwest province of this wonderful country. Lots to do here in Sun City. Of course, there are many casinos, lots of great restaurants. Could even book a safari or two. I know a few of the IWBF crew and some of the players, most notably the Austrian and Portugal sides, went on exciting safaris yesterday. And I will admit, myself and my colleague Caroline Bullock did go on one ourselves as well. A lot of fun. But we have been welcomed so warmly here in this wonderful country, and a big thanks to the organisers from the WBSA, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, and big hello as well, if he's watching, to President Greg Moras, who is currently recovering from an illness at home. Hopefully this is putting a smile on his face. So tip-off due to get underway. We have a scheduled tip-off time of 4:30 p.m. local time. It's currently 4:29, so game will start in 1 minute's time. So David Skoranc will get the first possession underway for Slovenia. And Slovenia in white, South Africa in green. Here is Skoranc, looking to go glass with that one-pointer. Gets it back and finishes. Great pass from Milan Slapnishar. There is David Skoranc, who averaged 12 points a game at last year's European Championship Division B. Of course, the European Championships taking place this year in Bosnia, in Sarajevo. As Bosnia and Herzegovina will play host to the European Championships in October, as Williams misses inside. Slapnishar. It was a good-looking pass, but just a little too high for David Skoranc. Shane Williams. Williams, lovely pass inside. Good defense from Slapnishar, as Shalambeli was going for the layup inside. Slovenia up 1-0 then, early doors here. That was a long two as the shot clock was winding down from Ola Yalezu. Skoranch along the baseline, doesn't get that to fall. Williams rebounds. Here is Williams. Williams throws it up. That goes, well, nowhere. It was going off the side of the backboard and then rolled out. Slapnishar has a bit of daylight, met by Williams. And along the baseline and long, Skoranch with the offensive putback and the finish. And Slovenia up 2-0. South Africa yet to get off the mark here. Lovely behind the back pass. Williams can't finish. It was a great find from Yalezu. We have our first timeout of this game. 8:10 has been played. Slovenia up 2-0. For Slovenia, as said this morning, a very proud basketball nation. Of course, the able-bodied Slovenian national team regarded as one of the best in the world. Of course, South Africa, the proud host nation of this tournament. First ever 3x3 World Championships, as Skoranch misses the one-pointer. Here is Williams. Williams goes it alone, doesn't get it to fall. Good hustle there from Shalembe. Poland and Australia warming up on the practice courts next door. They're in action next in a battle of the unbeatens, albeit Australia have played just the once thus far. Poland 2-0. And we have a whistle. South Africa will restart. Williams. Williams with 5 to shoot, looking for a bit of room. Good defense from Skoranch. Williams misses the one-pointer. David Skoranch still has it. Here is Slapnishar. 5 to shoot for Slovenia. Slapnishar still has it. And good defense from South Africa. Yalezu. Lovely pass inside. The finish, though, wanting from Shalembe. Shalembe now meets Slapnishar. Slapnishar still has the ball. 3 to shoot. And the finish there from Skoranch. Yalezu, a two-pointer. Ambitious attempt. And it's nothing but air right into the hands of the official. And we have a timeout on the floor with 6:37 to play. Right now, South Africa yet to get off the mark. Slovenia struggling a little bit from the field. They've made their first few shots. They started off quite strongly, but have kind of gone cold a little bit. As Gift Muketsi comes into the game for South Africa. As does Robbie Bojanec. Ball is loose. And South Africa come up with it. Here is Gift Mukezi. Inside, and the finish, and finally South Africa get a score as Shalembe under the hoop. And the finish from the foul line from Haris Kudasevic. That was a tough shot. As Williams, as the shot clock expired, gets his own rebound, gets another bite of the cherry under pressure. Kudasevic with the rebound. Here is Skoranch. And Kudasevic misses from under the hoop. Here is Muketse. And he gets the friendly roll, and it's 5-2. Skoranch from the elbow, doesn't go. Muketse with the rebound, and South Africa energized since Gift Muketse came on. Certainly a gift from South Africa's number 9, who still has it and is fouled. South Africa will keep the ball. Entering the halfway mark of this contest, 5-2 in favor of Slovenia. Muketse, no good with that shot, gets the rebound. South Africa get the rebound. Williams puts it up, and he puts it in. South Africa in a bit of a groove. Slapner Shah, off balance, no good. Williams rebounds. Here's Muketse. What an impact he has had. Muketse, one to shoot. Muketse doesn't get that one. Slapner Shah doesn't fall. Williams rebounds. Muketse. Why not? Goes for the mid-range. He's a gift that just keeps on giving right now. It's a 1-point game, and South Africa now in this tie with 4:11 to play. Slapner Shah. South Africa are just feeling it right now. They're battling Slovenia for every loose ball. And Slovenia right now, offensively, just a little static. Muketse. And a whistle has gone. A foul has Kudasevic bumps Gift Muketse. 3:56 to play. Second foul of this contest to Slovenia. South Africa still yet to commit a foul. But what a spell this has been from the host nation. As we see the replay of what has been a great spell, and in the background there you see the South Africa women's team, who have been the men's team's biggest supporters so far in this tournament. Shalembe inside. Muketse doesn't get it to go and batted the ball out, and Slovenia will let that go out of bounds as Robbie Bojanic will just leave it for Slovenia to just retain possession and have a fresh 12. Slovenia hanging on though, 3:40 to play. Kudasevic, Slapner Shah, off balance. I don't think that was anything to do with a South Africa player. As Slapner Shah is helped up by Kudasevic. and Bojanec, their teammates. So South Africa have possession, a chance to tie the game or even take the lead here for the host nation. What a moment it would be for South Africa if they got the win here, but still a long way to go. Muketse puts it up, doesn't get it to fall, it goes in and out. Slovenia can extend their lead. They led by as many as 4 in this one. The shot is no good for Bojanec. This has been an exciting contest right now. It might be very low scoring, but it's been entertaining nonetheless. Crowd certainly getting into it here in Sun City. Muketse sets himself, puts it up, doesn't get it to drop. Skoranc. Final 3 minutes. Off balance was Bojanec, and he will go to the foul line for Slovenia. The number 24 right there. Inspiration to play wheelchair basketball solely based on his hero, the late great Kobe Bryant. The number 24 for Slovenia, modeling his game on his hero, the late Los Angeles Lakers star. And he makes the resulting free throw, and Slovenia now have a 2-point cushion, at least for now. Shalembe, and we have a bit of an issue with one of the South African players. Muketse, I think his wheel just came loose a little bit and just quickly adjusted. We have 4 on the shot clock. Muketse, Williams can't hang on, and Skoranc will just let that go out of bounds, and Slovenia retain possession. And for all the pressure South Africa put Slovenia under, Slovenia have hung on here, and that's testament to the character of this great team. Slapnashar doesn't get it to fall. Skoranc going for the rebound. Slapnashar will pick it up. Slapnashar gliding along the baseline. Skoranc over Muketse, and it's rebounded by Shalembe. Here is Williams. Shane Williams thinking about it, puts up a mid-range. That's off to the right. And Williams hustles and gets his own rebound. What a pass inside, and the finish lacking from Shalembe. Slapnashar. 2 to shoot. Slapnashar's got to put it up, and he'll not knock it down, but it's rebounded by Slovenia. They get another bite at it, and this shot doesn't fall either. The ball is loose. .143 remaining, and despite it being low scoring, it's high on entertainment right now. Slapnashar puts it up, doesn't fall. Both teams have gone absolutely ice cold right now, but the intensity has not changed. They're giving it their all, they're leaving it all out here on the floor. And that's a shot clock violation, as Gift Muketse couldn't get the shot off in time. 1:19 to play. Skoranc finds a bit of room inside, gets a bit closer. Again, he can't get it to drop. Williams rebounds Muketse. Muketse, he finds some daylight. The one-pointer is up, and it's down from Shalembe. 1-point game, final minute. Slapnashar loses the ball, fights with it with Williams, and a whistle has gone. And Milan Slapdishar, the 36-year-old, will go to the stripe for Slovenia. It's a 1-point game, 50.3 to go. In what has been a physically demanding contest for these two teams who so want to secure their first win here in these World Championships. For Slovenia, a landmark first ever win on the global stage for them. And for South Africa, proud hosts of this inaugural tournament, they want their first win. Here is Williams. 6 to shoot for Williams. 42 seconds to go. Williams can't get it to fall. That would have tied it. Here is Skoranch. Skoranch can't get it to go either. Slapnishar loses the ball. It's a wrestle for the ball here. The third team foul for South Africa in this game, and Milan Slapnishar will go back to the stripe. Gosh, at this rate, Poland and Australia have got a task to fill. This has been a thoroughly enjoyable contest. Okay, it's low scoring and both teams have gone cold from the field, but it's the intensity, it's the hustle, the fight. Both teams giving it their absolute all, their heart, their soul, their passion into this game. Slapnishar misses the free throw. 25 seconds to go. South Africa can tie or take the lead. Here goes Mketse inside, misses the layup. They still have it. 13 ticks left, deflected, and it's going to be a Slovenia ball. Skoranch, Slapnishar, big possession this. Loses the ball, a whistle has gone. And it's an unsportsmanlike foul. Shot clock is off. 3.7 left, and that should do it for Slovenia. 3.7 left, that will be 2 free throws for them. As David Skoranch heads to the stripe, and what a brave fight this has been from South Africa. But again, Skoranch misses the free throw. Skoranch misses them both. Clock is ticking. South Africa have got to get busy here. And that shot came after the buzzer went. And Slovenia survive. They win 6-5 over South Africa. What an enthralling contest. And that's without adding into the fact that not many points were scored in that game. But the physicality, the intensity was incredible. But congratulations to Slovenia, a first ever win on the global stage for them. They beat South Africa 6-5. Join us in just a second because Poland will take on Australia.
Up next, it's the men from down under. Australia taking on Poland. And introducing
Welcome back to Sun City here in South Africa, and it's time for Australia and Poland here in Pool B. Both teams unbeaten here. Poland 2-0, Australia 1-0. There is the Australia side. Thomas Klein, Lachlan Dalton, Luke Popel, Jake Kavanagh. And Poland now will be introduced momentarily. Dominik Mosler, Matt Stan, Andrzej Macik and Matus Filipski will come onto the floor. Poland have been absolutely dominant. They have sent a statement here in South Africa.
And number 6, Andrzej Macik. And coming in once again wearing number 19, Matthias Filipski.
So there are the Poland team there, led by the number 19, Matus Filipski, a dominant force, and he certainly has been a dominant force here in South Africa.
Give it up once again.
But also a glimpse into the future with Matt Stan as well. And there are the Aussies looking to improve to 2-0. They made hard work of their win, admittedly, against Malaysia, but they got the job done. Again, another team with incredible wheelchair basketball pedigree, narrowly missing out on the bronze medal at the under-23 World Championships last month in Brazil. So Matus Filipski will start on the sidelines for Poland, and Jake Kavanagh will start on the sidelines for Australia. And Australia will start us off.
3x3 game time.
And it is game time here as we come up to the evening session here on day one. And Australia off the board first with Luke Popel, Andrzej Macik, Mosler. Mosler doesn't get it to go. Popel. Beautiful bounce pass inside. Dalton can't get the finish though. Lachlan Dalton, great off-ball movement from the number 5. Mosler under the hoop, and that's too easy for Dominik Mosler. Been doing that for decades, dominating under the hoop. Popel, here is Lachlan Dalton. He'll fire away a 2, and that's short. Klein was going for it. Mosler caught ball watching, but Poland still have it. Mosler now under the basket. Extra pass, Macik the finish. 2-1 in favour of Poland. Australia have the numbers though. Klein, the lefty, as Matt Stan was on the floor. Macik. 5 to shoot. Macik, a long one-pointer, money. Popel. Popel thought about letting fly, instead goes inside instead, and Thomas Klein says thank you very much. Thomas Klein, born in Belgium, raised in Australia. Here is Lachlan Dalton. Dalton goes inside, the runner no good. Ball is loose, that will go out of bounds. That'll be a Poland possession as Matus Filipski will come into the game for Poland. And Dominik Mosler heads out. Up next, it's the turn of the women, as Caroline Bullock will take to the mic. as Matt Stan misses the layup attempt. Kenya taking on Canada. After this game, Popel, lovely extra pass. Klein, the finish. Filipski. 5 on the shot clock. Matus Filipski loves the long shot. Goes for the long one-pointer. That's long. And Dalton with the loose ball. Here it is Popel, who misses the long shot. Here is Filipski. Fifi looking for Matchik inside, and he gets it to go. We're tied up at 4. Australia, who started well, Dalton, Popel, he'll go inside. The scoop layup, no good. I think he was caught in two minds, whether to pass it out to Klein or shoot it himself. As a whistler's gone and a warning to Thomas Klein, I believe, the number 5. Matchik, here is Filipski, the Galatasaray man. Lovely pass inside, and Matchik does the rest. Dalton. All kinds of space at the top. Can't get the 2, and the ball will go out of bounds and right into our esteemed cameraman's hands. Of course, our local production team here in South Africa doing a fantastic job in streaming and bringing you all the action here from Sun City. Of course, if you're not local to South Africa, if you're living in a different country and couldn't get it out here, then the IWBF YouTube channel is certainly your one-stop shop for watching all things IWBF. There's loads of tournaments coming up as well as we look at the highlights of what has been so far between Australia and Poland, 2 teams unbeaten here in Group B. Of course, the European Championships in Bosnia and Herzegovina coming up here in October. Before that, we will have the Tournament of the Americas in Bogota, Colombia, as Filipski makes the shot off the window. Kavanagh now into the game for the Aussies. Off balance there from Luke Popel as Stan has it. Matchik can't get it to drop. Dalton. Nearing 4 minutes played here. Popel, Dalton, great defense from Filipski. Here is Stan. Filipski on the turn, and he gets it to go off the glass. Matus Filipski certainly been the star of the tournament here on day 1. Filipski, Stan, great movement from Matt Stan. Had his back to the basket, turned around, saw a lane and exploited it. Here is Dalton. Popel from the wing, and that's off the back iron and into the waiting hands of the veteran Filipski, who's off balance but still gets it to go anyway. He's enjoying himself here. Here is Kavanagh, and Poland racing out to a 9-4 lead. Dalton from the top, and that's long as well. Filipski, Matchik inside, and Popel with the rebound. Entering the halfway point here, Poland up 4-9 as Kavanagh shrinks it to 4 points. Filipski, 3 to shoot, back to the basket. Filipski's got to put it up, and the rebound taken by Kavanagh. Dalton, Kavanagh again. Kavanagh gets it to go. 2 quick points from the Australians. Filipski, Stan again. One of the emerging stars of the Poland national team, Matt Stan. Dalton, the runner. And the ball is loose. And Kavanagh I don't think they can hang on. It was almost looking like Kavanagh and Dalton were going to collide there, and the ball went out of bounds. 10-6 in favour of Poland. 4:21 remaining in this one. Maciek, a mid-range. And I think that's asking too much of Matt Stan, and Lachlan Dalton, the 24-year-old, will let that roll out of bounds. Mentioned earlier that Lachlan Dalton is a huge West Ham United fan. He's a big North Melbourne fan as well in Aussie rules football. And he buried the two. Mosler doesn't get that drop. Right now, the shots are just not falling for Poland. Popel with another two. This one is no good. Stan. Lovely bounce pass. Maciek, though, can't hang on. And we have a timeout on the floor, and it's all to play for with 3:46 to play. 10-8 in favour of Poland. As we see some of the highlights. As we welcome you back. Pool B action here as Poland lead Australia 10-8. Popel. That was a two-pointer that was no good. Mosler under the hoop. Beautiful bounce pass, and Matt Stan does the rest. Dalton. Lachlan Dalton thought about it, but was met by Mosler. Still puts it up anyway. And Maciek with the rebound, Maciek with the ball off the rebound from Mosler. Stan. Mosler under the basket. That's too easy. Veteran stuff for Dominic Mosler. As Popel was looking for the foul and going to the line, doesn't get it anyway. And Klein's pass is absolutely wayward and goes right into the hands of the Kenya team. Maciek. Stan inside, and the cut is sublime for Poland. And right now, Poland in a bit of rhythm. Popel, beautiful bounce pass. Dalton gets it. The off-ball movement from both teams has been absolutely elite so far. Popel from the wing, a two. That's off the back iron. Maciek collects. And this is what 3x3 wheelchair basketball is all about. These two teams putting on an offensive clinic. One to shoot. Mosler, no good. Stan can't reach it. Dalton collects. Dalton will fire, and that's short. Stan. Cross it goes, and it's welcomed by Maciek. The ball is deflected, and it's welcomed by Klein. Popel. Popel, what a fake, and the finish. 3-point game, 1:47 to play. Matus Filipski will come in. Dominic Mosler heads to the sideline. Filipski. Maciek. Maciek with one hand gets it to go. Lachlan Dalton. This has to drop. It doesn't. Filipski rebounds. Stan. Filipski gets it. Poland applying the pressure. And it feels like a vice grip right now to the Aussies, but Australia will not give this one up. Filipski. Maciek inside. 1:10 remaining. Poland with a 6-point cushion. Popel. Ball out of bounds. Of course, after this game, the women will take to the floor as Canada and Kenya do battle in Pool B. Dalton, all kinds of space. Stan rebounds. Filipski gliding. Stan finishing. And you've got to believe that that will be that. 45 seconds to play. Popel doesn't get the 3 to fall. And with 41 ticks left, Poland look good value to go 3-0. This was certainly going to be their toughest test, and they look to have passed it here against the Aussies. Filipski. And Filipski rattles it in and adds the exclamation point. 18-10. Remember, it's first to 21. Whoever's leading after 10 minutes, Luke Popel gets what really now is a consolation basket for the Aussies. Filipski. And Popel the rebound. Dalton has it. Here is Klein, the extra pass. Dalton collects an open lane, misses the layup, that'll do it. Poland have made it 3 wins out of 3. They have defeated Australia 18-11. A fantastic showing, a great team performance from Poland. Commiserations though to Australia, they were strong throughout, but just a little bit of execution let them down when it mattered. So Poland go 3-0 in Group B. They have defeated Australia 18-11. The women will now take to the floor Kenya against Canada. Kaz Bullock will have the mic in just a moment.